When nicotine addiction gets its claws into you, they get in pretty deep.
Vaping literally only takes 1 or 2 hits and you're in it.
Addiction makes money and it'll be too late by the time people are warned about it. Something needs to happen now, and I think it just needs to be us doing it ourselves. I'm 20 and I started vaping when I was 17.
I started vaping when I was 20.
14.
17.
My brother started vaping at 12.
I'm trying to quit and I know it's not like a linear thing.
I started vaping when I was 17.
And I would probably hit it like 100 times a day at least.
It was like an instant hit for me. The cartoons, the imagery.
Bright colours.
Flashing lights.
Enticing pictures and packaging.
Everyone's comparing flavours.
Blackberry, cherry.
You know, strawberry, mango.
Chocolate, fried chicken.
Yeah, I went back to Fiji for 2 months to stop vaping. When I came back, being around it, seeing it, I couldn't hold it and broke, yeah. When I don't have my vape, I just go crazy. I don't know, I flip my whole house looking for it. Yeah, just panicking, I guess.
So I played soccer all my life. Right before I get out of the car for training, I'd have a puff. Feel like you're letting down your team because you're not looking after your health.
It just gets more and more appealing to kids.
After school, a lot of kids would go to like convenience stores to buy lollies or snacks, and then there's vapes right there as well. So it's kind of a segue to it.
Younger people are vulnerable.
It's quite taboo, honestly, to talk about it.
And I feel like this is a good way to start that conversation, which is what we want.
I'm a nurse, so it's really hypocritical of me. I'm telling people to look after themselves, but I can't look after myself. Vaping has had a really negative influence on me. I've just seen it affect my family, my sister vapes as well. I see a lot of people struggling. Nicotine is so much more addictive than I thought.
I'm not a vapor, and saying no for me, it was definitely a challenge at first, but I have those boundaries. We don't know how it's going to impact us in the long term. Seeing my girlfriend struggle with her vaping addiction has been really, really difficult. She's had a lot of symptoms. Her mood is changing all the time. She's been coughing, but it's really been a journey that I've been trying to support her on.
I wanted to be part of this film just to, be a step in the right direction, I guess. Try, warn people.
We're starting to see more young people who are stepping forward and sharing their stories, but we need to take some more serious action.
Nicotine addiction will die when you stop using it and you tell it to die. If you're ready to do that, then you'll succeed, you know?
Nobody warned us about vaping, so it's our responsibility to warn others.
If you haven't already started, just don't, it's not worth it.
The best time to stop vaping is your first time.
I just hope there's more awareness and facts that are getting promoted to everyone because there's just no talk about it.
You save money when you don't vape, but your health matters more.
It's definitely important that young people have a platform.
It's up to our generation to sort of tackle this problem because we're the most affected by it.
Good afternoon, everyone joining us from home and on our Swimming Victoria YouTube live stream. Welcome to the second session of the 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships. I'm Sian and I'm here with Kalia, and we will be commentating this afternoon's session. First up this afternoon, we have the 400 individual medley and we have 2 heats.
So important to note, we have had a little bit of a reseed of this afternoon's event here for the women's 12 and over 400 IM. Moving away from our 3 heats down to 2, condensing those heats. So we've got full lanes in both for an awesome race here in the 400 IM. 400 metres, individual medley, 100 butterfly, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke, and 100 freestyle, Sian. One of our harder events on the program, particularly in our short course meets. What's going to make the difference in this race?
Basically, who's going to be tougher? This is obviously one of the toughest events on our schedule. It's longer. You've got 4 laps of each stroke. And it's going to be those athletes that use their more dominant strokes to their advantage that end up getting their head on the wall first.
And the girls are underway here for Heat 1. Nice underwaters there coming through in lane 6. That is Taylor Miller, the green cap of Melton Swimming Club, off to a flying start.
Yeah, it's been a great start across the board here in the first heat of the 400 IM. You'll probably look to see the girls relax into this 400 IM. It's obviously a long way, and there's 100 metres of fly up the front, which is probably what makes the 400 IM pretty tough.
Definitely not the easiest part of the race to start with, but it is nice once you get to turn onto your back for the backstroke, get a little bit more oxygen. A lot of tactics come into play within this race. As you said, we do normally see athletes just taking it a bit easier, making sure they have plenty of oxygen throughout the first 4 laps. And then we spoke about really working on those main strokes through the middle and towards the back end.
Yeah, the girls are doing a great job here to start off with. Leading out in front only just is Amelie, and it looks like she will hit the wall first in the first 100 metre leg. So we head into the backstroke now. These girls will be looking to do nice underwaters, relaxed strokes. They'll be getting their breath back here. They're getting their oxygen into their lungs, and they'll look to relax and then build through the next 3 laps of the backstroke.
We do tend to see one of the main strokes in the IM, that breaststroke leg, becoming super important. You can see a few names on that board in this heat who we expect to probably shift up a little as we come to that leg here. So I'd be keeping an eye on, I know Lily Chan, and a few siblings there who've done great at a national level in those breaststroke events. So she's a pretty good breaststroker, as well as Leona Low-Herman's over in 1. Really great breaststroker there, those girls from Nunawading.
Yeah, that's the very interesting part about the medley racing, is that you tend to see athletes drop off and then come through in their stronger main strokes. So especially in that backstroke and breaststroke, you see some athletes take off and put quite a distance on the other swimmers, and then you see other swimmers come through in the breaststroke. So it makes for an interesting race.
So we come now into the final leg of the backstroke. The girls will be turning into their breaststroke here. Be interesting to see what kind of turns they use on the wall. There are a few options available. Amelie Theophanous Madison there choosing for that crossover turn. One of the newer of those backstroke to breaststroke turn options.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, if you were watching the 12 and unders, that back to breast turn, it's the only time that you're going to do that turn is in a race or in training when you're doing back to breaststroke. So it's really important to practice those skills. You got to finish on your back, and then as Kalia just mentioned, there's a couple of options, whether you flip or you do the side flip or you just touch turn.
So we can see now Amelie just shifting through this field, getting a little bit of a lead going here. She's got about a whole body length on Taylor Miller and Lily Chan. They've kind of stuck it out with her for the first half of this race, and we'll see what happens in this second half. Matilda Young in 7, she's starting to make a little bit of a move, as is Leona over in 1. So we'll see if those girls can close the gap, but Amelie is looking the goods here in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, Amelie's looking great coming down to her last breaststroke turn. It'll be really beneficial for her if she turns in front at this breaststroke to freestyle turn. You gain a lot of distance coming off that wall on your other competitors if you are in front for that breaststroke to freestyle turn. So she is looking good along with Lily Chan. both Amelie and Lily Chan from Nunawading, and then behind her, Shelby Morgan. So all three girls putting on a great race here, heading into the last leg, the freestyle leg.
You can just see Shelby Morgan there really put the motor on in that final lap of breaststroke to move herself up into 5th, but there's not a lot of distance between those girls. Amelie still out in front in that centre lane. Coaches waving her on there, telling her to bring the legs in. It is a long race, so whatever legs you've got left in these last 4 laps are going to come into play massively.
Yeah, it's great to see the coaches encouraging the swimmers. You may be able to see them when you're breathing to the right side. You might be able to see your coach giving you that encouraging sort of wave of the arm. This part of the race hurts, but you just got to put your head down. Coming into the last turn, she's only got 25 metres to go, and she looks good.
Yeah, Taylor Miller here, she's absolutely brought in those legs on the 3rd lap of freestyle, just pulling away from Lily Chan over in lane 3 as the girls come down onto this final lap.
Coming into the wall now, she led it from start to finish, Amelie, in a time of 5:19.10, and with a great last 100 from Taylor Miller, 5:27.03, and then in 3rd, Lily Chan.
As our final swimmer now comes through, 10 metres left to swim. An awesome effort across the board from all of the girls there. Some really nice drops in time, some personal best swims, which is what they'll be looking for, particularly at this meet. We're looking to get some great qualifying times leading into our state championships. As we move along now to heat 2 in the water. This is our fastest seeded heat, so we'll be looking to those centre lanes for a bit of the action here. Judy Hussein Aman in 5, going out quickly, beautiful butterflyer. We know her from that 200 fly, so she's definitely got the endurance here to take it out a little bit faster early on.
Yeah, these 3 girls in the middle so far, they look great, they look comfortable. That's what it's about, this first leg of the butterfly. Not pushing too hard, just being comfortable. A few of these girls in this race were at Nationals and did very well. Lane 3 there, Arika, I believe won 5 gold medals, and one of them being the 400 IM. So we do know we've got a bit of talent in this race.
And a bit of young talent as well. Arika is only 14 years old, swimming from Surrey Park here. So the youngest in this field. Sorry, my mistake. Yarolan is in here as well, so over in lane 1. So we got a 13 and a 14-year-old taking on some of these older girls of 16 and 17, really showcasing that talent coming through the ranks of Swimming Victoria.
Yeah, it's great to see that first 100, Judy going through first, and then behind her, Michaela Larkin and Arika that we just spoke about. So if you notice, Arika's backstroke stroke, her head is nice and still, and actually all of their heads are nice and still, and that's what you want to see in backstroke. High hips, stroke rate, and coming into the wall now, it looks like Judy is taking out this 400 IM nicely.
Yeah, I watched Judy race a couple of weekends ago at the Surrey Park meet, and she did an awesome 200 IM, so putting it together now, doubling the distance in this 400. See that endurance start to be really showcased. I know Michaela Larkin, great at her skills. She'll be trying to work off those walls.
These 3 girls in the middle here really pushing each other. Expect to see the breaststroke maybe separate them a little bit depending on who's stronger at the breaststroke and who's not. We'll see which turn. They all decide to do the same turn from the back to breast. And great underwater split stroke there from Michaela Larkin.
So those underwaters there from Michaela definitely being such a huge advantage in this race. It is a 16-lap race, so there are 15 walls plus your dive start and underwater to really gain a little bit of ground and push through the field. As the girls come in, they still have 50 metres of breaststroke left to swim. Michaela Larkin has taken over the lead now, pushing herself about a body length in front. Judy hanging on to second there, just ahead of Arika Adenko in lane 3. Coming through nicely, though, is Ashley Dunn in lane 6. Swims out of Caulfield now. A lot of great breaststrokers swimming for the Caulfield Club at the moment. So not surprising, her breaststroke's looking good in this IM.
Yeah, this is the interesting part about the medley. You have seen Michaela Larkin in this breaststroke leg pull away from both Judy and Arika. And as Carlia just said, seeing Ashley come through, but also Riley in lane 2. These girls are putting on a great show here, touching so close in that second and third spot. This will be a great last 100-metre freestyle.
Michaela's got quite a bit of distance on the other two girls. They're going to be working really, really hard to try and make a comeback here with 3 laps left to swim. But Michaela Larkin has done all the work in that third leg to secure herself about a 5-metre lead on the other girls, who are definitely racing for those minor placings here. That second and third is 100% up for grabs right now. They're pretty much stroke for stroke as they come in with 50 metres left to swim. Only 0.1 separating them.
This is a great race from Michaela. She's right there on the time that she has been entered in. It looks like she's going to come through with 15 metres to go. She's really started to kick and move her arms over quickly, coming under those flags with 5 metres to go, head down, and that's a great time from her. 4:53.45, faster than her entry time, which is what we've been seeing today so far. We've seen so many people go under their entry times. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, super exciting this morning. Those youngsters, the 11 and unders, the 12-year-olds, all looking to get those personal best swims. And especially when we move on to this afternoon session where we have a lot of our older swimmers, our 12 and over athletes, it can be difficult to find those personal bests and find that room for improvement. Especially we're still pretty early in our season. So to see that time just being shaved off early on is pretty exciting to see what is to come over the next few months. We move along now in our program to event 28. This is our men's 12 and over 400 metre individual medley. Pretty exciting for the boys. We have 4 heats, so that's a lot of athletes who have got the qualifying time in this race. Really good for the future. We've had a lot of success come through Victoria in this event, particularly in our boys. Got the likes of Brendan Smith over in Paris at the moment, ready to compete in this race in the Olympics.
Yeah, it's actually really pleasing to see that this field is predominantly our 12 and 13-year-olds. So some of these athletes have stuck around to do the 400 IM. It wasn't in the program this morning. They've stayed to go and compete in this event. And yes, we have a rich history in our 400 IMs in Australia, both in male and female, and then particularly in Victoria as well.
Early on, it is those 3 centre lanes, 3, 4 and 5. Jessie McLeod, Han-Tang Wang and Michael Fan taking it out strong, leading it. They were pretty much across the board, all 112s there. We'll see what the rest of this race has to bring. If any of these athletes from those outside lanes can start to shift gears and start to break down that gap between them.
These boys will be looking to get the oxygen back in them after that 100 fly and then really push this second 50 of this backstroke leg. That's what we tend to see in the 400 IMs. It's the second 50 of each 100 that you want to be pushing and getting that distance on the person that you're racing next to.
Definitely a race plan I've heard a few times over. In that backstroke, we look to make our stroke predominantly our arms, give those legs a little bit of a rest, just because of the importance and the value placed on them in the breaststroke.
Coming down now, it looks like Michael Fan has just put the afterburners on a little bit in that backstroke, coming into that back to breaststroke turn. He's come up first, but a great split stroke from Hantang Wang. He has started to pull right through in the breaststroke, a nice glide, powerful stroke, and he'll be looking to move through in this breaststroke leg.
Really exciting to see how high he's sitting in the water too as well. Like, we're halfway through this race and still up very, very high. We don't want to be sitting too low, creating all that drag behind us.
Yeah, you can see that his hips are sitting quite high. That's what we want to see in the breaststroke stroke. You want to see the hips. You want to see him high in the water, and that's exactly what he's doing here. But Michael Fan is not going anywhere. He's sitting right next to Hantang Wang.
Really good shifts coming through in lane 7 though. Ryan Altus, he's pushed himself into that third place position now, closing the gap on our leaders. It's going to be a race to the finish in this freestyle. Who can really bring the legs in, pick up that pace, as Hantang is coming in, flying in this final leg of the breaststroke. He wants to get his hands on the wall first and get off and going quickly.
Yeah, that breaststroke to freestyle turn is super important in a medley race. As you can see, he has gained even further off coming that wall first. So you can see that they'll start to kick their legs. Ryan Altus is coming through now. That was a beautiful breaststroke leg from him. Really putting the pressure on Michael Fan, but it is Hantang Wang that has pushed and is coming right through for this last 50 of the 400 medley.
He's got quite a gap now on the other boys in the field. He is the person they will be trying to chase down, but it's going to be a greatly difficult task as Michael Fan just holding on to that second place position from Ryan Altus. Ryan will be breathing towards him on this final 25, so we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank, but it will be Hantang who touches that wall in first. He comes down under the flags now. It's a quick swim, 5:08.7. Now, my maths isn't amazing, but I think that's about a 25-second personal best.
It is, and we saw Hantang this morning absolutely blistering other races as well. So he's had a great day of racing here today, and that's what we want to see. It's huge. We've seen 40-second PBs in the 800 earlier. It's absolutely incredible. I couldn't even fathom doing that kind of PB myself.
Just to put it into perspective, he did that last lap in just under 16 seconds. So he's beaten his personal best by further than one whole lap. Some great swims there from Heat 1 to set us up now for Heat 2.
All right, so we're into Heat 2 out of 4 for this 400 IM. And it's pretty even across the field in this first lap of the butterfly. but it looks like Cade Faulkner has taken it out strongly, but also relaxed. They all look relaxed and ready to conquer this 400 medley.
Definitely in butterfly, a word I like to use is rhythm. We want to find that nice, comfortable rhythm and keep it rolling through all 4 laps. We don't want to disrupt it too much. Off the start, you might be a little bit quicker. You've got a little bit of more adrenaline, but really trying to keep it controlled is important so we don't overuse any energy systems early on.
Yeah, usually we see the athletes that look like they're not trying that hard means that they actually have a beautiful stroke because it looks easy. It's supposed to look easy. And coming down into the final leg of the butterfly, he led it from the start. It is Cade Faulkner who has touched first. So big breath off the turn, getting their oxygen back to relax into this leg of the 400 medley, the backstroke. As we mentioned before, you want to use your arms in this to save your legs for the breaststroke leg.
So Cade Faulkner out in lane 6, still cruising through this 400 IM, looking super comfortable. So I'm excited about the next half of this race to see what happens. As we go from backstroke to breaststroke now, William Ko in 5 in second place, but a nice sneaky little swim out here in lane 9 by Luca Lim. Looks to be potentially a training partner of Cade Faulkner, both boys from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic. Does make a bit of a difference if you have someone to work on these longer events with. If you're similar ages, you can often pair up and partner up at training just to push each other along a bit more in those more difficult, longer sessions.
Definitely, I think that some of, the best swimmers come out of clubs that have multiple people doing the same event, same age, and it just gives you that extra little bit of motivation to be better and better. There's always an aspect that you want to improve yourself but having that person next to you to push you along is it's great. So in this race, Cade Faulkner obviously taking it out, but William Ko is having a great breaststroke leg and he's coming through. He's gained a little bit on Cade.
Yeah, so as we come down to turn here, there's only about half a body length now separating the two boys in 6 and 5. Let's see what occurs in the final 100. So there's less than a second between them. William looked to have the better turn there, close that gap a little bit more off the wall, and he's coming up side by side with Cade now. They do breathe the same side, so this will be interesting. On one lap, one of them will be able to see the other, and then it will go into the reverse on the next lap.
Yeah, Cade came off that wall and saw that William was right there. However, I think William has come through just that little bit stronger, but Cade breathing that way to try and catch him and mow him down. We always love it when an athlete wants to come from behind and mow down that other athlete.
Yeah, it looks to me that William has timed this race kind of to perfection here. He had that nice build through the breaststroke and he's really just let it rip onto this 100 freestyle leg. He'll now turn. There's a couple of seconds between them, so he's gained 3 seconds lead over Cade Faulkner into our final leg of the 400 IM. The race is on for third, though, between Christopher Bodian and Luca Lim. As they come down under the flags, who will get their hands on the wall first? And it will be Christopher there, 5:13.61.
Again, these athletes blistering their entry times. You know, it's the start of the short course season. We're here at MSAC, and it's great to see all these young competitors beating their entry times.
So our boys in heat 3 now in the water, coming through last 50 metres of their backstroke leg. Louis G in lane 4 out in the lead here. Not too far behind though is Kynan Power swimming out of lane 2. It's a pretty close race early on for that third place spot on this side of the pool between Thomas Leyland and Milo Dressel-De Bruyn.
Coming into this second lap of this breaststroke leg and lane 7, Milo Dressel-De Bruyn. Now, his brother's a pretty good breaststroker, Felix.
He's a pretty good breaststroker himself, Milo. I mean...
So I think it might run in the family.
You know, I think breaststroke is a gene, and I definitely didn't get it as an athlete myself.
Neither did I.
But these boys 100% did, as we've just seen Milo pick up the pace here and surge through in this breaststroke leg. He's taken over that lead now. He's got about 3 seconds gap. And it just looks so smooth, Sean.
He does, and that's what we want to see in the breaststroke, the smooth, the high hips. Again, it doesn't look hard, and it's not supposed to. It means that his technique is beautiful. So coming into this freestyle, like, he has put 5 seconds onto Lewis, so it's a beautiful breaststroke leg, and he looks strong in this freestyle as well.
Harry Luo in lane 8 also doing well here on the freestyle lap. He's looking over to see if he can narrow that gap on Lewis G in lane 4. Both the boys from Nunawading trying to race it out here for minor placings in heat 3. But Milo Dressel-De Bruyn looks to be the boy to beat in lane 7.
Yeah, Milo just put that little bit too much of a gap on in that breaststroke and has started to really come home in this freestyle. You can see the splash on his legs. He's really started to pick up the stroke rate, but also his kick coming into the last turn, and he's put an even further amount of body lengths onto Lewis.
Yeah, it's a great swim here, this final lap. He looks to have picked up the pace even more as he comes down to touch. It's going to be a nice time. 4:43.34, that final lap of freestyle being his fastest, as indicated on the board by those beautiful green numbers. It's always a nice thing to see you've come home quicker.
And just casually dropping 20 seconds off his entry time. I think we're seeing a bit of a theme here this afternoon, and it's so good to see it's continued off this morning from our younger swimmers.
It's exciting, and what I'm really enjoying about these massive drops in time is looking at where it's going to shift them into the rankings. So if we look at our final heat, which is heat 4, our fastest boys, that 4:43 would have placed him in about 7th or 8th within this heat. That's up with some of these older 17, 18, 19-year-olds. So very, very exciting future for young Milo.
We're into our fourth and final heat of this 400 IM. They are timed finals today, which means these are our 10 fastest boys out of the 4 heats. So it means that we will probably see the fastest times being done and swum in this heat.
Interesting tactics early on. Those outside lanes have led us around just 50 metres in. Still have 350 metres left to swim. Plenty of time for those boys in the middle to start reeling them in, catching up.
Yeah, these outside lanes, I do know that some of them are very strong butterflyers. So they have taken it out in their stroke that they are the strongest at, which is great to see. But look to see probably the middle lanes come through over the next 100 to 200 metres in the backstroke to breaststroke.
Now, Sian, backstroke being your specialty event here, what kind of skills are we really looking for in this leg, and what kind of technique elements are going to separate these boys from the rest of the field?
Yeah, so within the backstroke stroke itself, you really want to see the head staying still, smooth strokes, and the hips sitting high. So that's what you want to see in the stroke. And then in the turns, underwater is crucial in the backstroke leg. And as you can see in lane 8, he has a very smooth stroke. George Huang is got great underwaters as well, and that's what's putting him in front. You can see his rotation of his shoulders, his armpits are out of the water, his head is still, and it looks smooth.
So as we come down to turn here, Hamish Robson still out in the lead. Not far behind is George Huang with those great skills in the backstroke, but the gap is definitely closing. This is the leg to keep an eye on, the breaststroke.
It's really great to see that even though George was pretty dominant in that backstroke leg, he's still sticking up with it in the breaststroke. So he's using this middle 200 to move through. But over in lane 4, Joshua Witkowski, he's really starting to move through in this breaststroke.
Yeah, we saw him take it so smooth and relaxed in that butterfly leg. Didn't look to be really breaking a sweat at all. Wasn't concerned about the boys who had a 10-metre lead on him, and he's about to push himself out into about a 5-metre lead in this breaststroke leg. What I did notice in lap 1, he still maintained that really, really long glide and underwater. So although he's shifting a lot of water and pushing through, he's still getting a bit of a rest period.
Yeah, and this is what I absolutely love about the medley. You know, he was absolutely nowhere to be seen in that first 100 of butterfly. He had other swimmers that were 10, 15 metres on him, but he's raced his race. which is important in a race like this. It's 400 metres, it's a long race, and you've got 4 different strokes. So you've got to use your strengths to your ability.
Yeah, it just shows such confidence in what your training has been like and really trusting and knowing your own abilities. Josh Wachowski in lane 4 is your leader. He has, wow, about 6 seconds on the other boys, but it's a close race for that second place. Liam Malloy come through a little bit in that breaststroke as well. He shifted himself up into second position. We know he's a great freestyler, looking to do some more of those 200-metre events. We'd expect him to finish strong. As coming through is Owen Williams-Polly in lane 4. The boys out on this side, Hamish Robson and George, who led early on. They're battling it out a little bit between the two of them. But it is going to be Josh Wachowski from MLC Aquatic who takes out this 12 and over 400-metre individual medley in a time of 4:28.34. Liam Malloy there. Bit of a glide onto the wall from Liam. I was a bit concerned for a moment, but he'll hold on to second place there, 4:34.05. And Owen Williams-Polly comes in third there, 4:35.05.
And if we look at that time that Milo Dressel-De Bruin actually posted in the heat before, he would have been up there with these boys. Like you said, sitting at that 6th, 7th place position.
We move along in our program now to event 29. This is the women's 50-metre freestyle for Multiclass. We have 1 heat in this event. So shifting away from those 400 IMs now into some speedy sprint work.
Yeah, very big shift from what we just saw with the 400 IM. This is a 2-lap dash. So these competitors in this race looking to touch the wall, not necessarily first, but whoever is closest to the world record based off points will win this race.
Absolutely. The girls 100% looking for those personal best swims here compared to their entry times. But also we take those classifications into consideration when we determine our medalists.
right, so we're heading into event 30. The men's 50-metre freestyle multi-class, and Nicholas Layton has had a blistering 50 freestyle there. But we would like to mention in lane 9 here, Ahmed Kelly. He's about to head over to Paris, isn't he, Kalia?
Victorian Paralympic royalty, I would say.
Yep.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yep.
That is Ahmed Kelly, competing in a 50 freestyle, which I'm actually really enjoying. Definitely not renowned as his main event.
Yep. Great to see him here, having a bit of a hit out before he heads over to his 5th Paralympics.
It's just incredible, isn't it? Like, imagine just one competing for that long, let alone at such an elite level. Really, really awesome from Ahmed. And we are going to continue on with a few more of these 50 freestyles as we move to event 31. This is the women's 13 and over 50 freestyle. Obviously, we are short course for our winter season here. That means our 50-metre races come to 2 laps. All about this start and your turn. Those walls, so incredibly important in these sprint events, short course. Strap in, because we've got quite a few of these races.
I was just about to say that. I hope everyone at home likes the 50-metre freestyle, because we've got 22 heats of this women's 50 freestyle, and then we've got 17 of the men. So hope you enjoy a bit of a splash and a dash, because we're about to see a lot of them.
The really exciting thing about these time finals, though, is all of our heats have such similar entry times. They're going to be races like this for the next 20 minutes or so. Super, super close. Spot out the winner, dash and splash, as Caitlin Unfidel there takes out the lead in Heat 1.
A great heat just then by the girls. Now, it is a bit unfortunate, Kalia, isn't it, in our sport, when we either move on the blocks or we fall in the water. Unfortunately, it means disqualification and you can't do your race. But it's a learning curve, isn't it?
It's definitely a learning curve, especially in a race as short as this one. It might be for some people their only race. To miss out is very, very disappointing. But once you've done it once, I don't think you really do it again.
Nope. And as we know, it can happen to anyone. It happened to Ian Thorpe. You know, at least it's happened here and it's not happened on the big stage.
Exactly, and this is something that coaches will often talk to their athletes about. Sometimes the races don't go the way we want. We do see some disqualifications even at these sort of bigger events. But it's all about learning. They'll come back, they'll look at what went wrong. Was it a bit of nerves? Was it them trying to anticipate that start? Where did it all fall down and how are they going to fix it before racing again next time?
And we know that the 50-metre freestyle, it's quick. Everything's got to be right. That dive is crucial, and getting off the blocks fast and powerful, everything's tense when you're standing up on there, and to balance yourself up there is difficult. So
we've had some really fast early heats here. A lot of these athletes breaking that 30-second mark, which seems to be a bit of sort of something that really stands out to me when I was a junior. It's always nice once you see that first 29 up on the board.
yeah, it's great. I remember, you never forget it. Once you hit under that 30, it's great. So to see these girls getting in there, getting under 30 seconds is what we want to see, and that is a fantastic time by Hope Christian. 29.
Not only has she beaten that 30, but she's almost gone straight down from a 30.93 to a 28 there. So 29.0.
Almost 2 seconds. It's phenomenal.
In a 50. These kids just keep on impressing and impressing at this meet today. Flying through these 50s now as we move along to heat 6.
And that's a great swim from Maggie Zhang from Caulfield Aquatics. Only 13 years of age and going under that 30, almost going under that 29 as well. Great to see. All right, we are into that Heat 7 of 22. We are flying through these pretty quickly.
And flying off the blocks there was Amelia Greaves in lane 7, 0.35 reaction time.
That's huge. That's fast. That's getting off those blocks quickly.
If anything, that's a PB just off reaction.
And there we have it. Someone under the 29, 28, 89. Great to see it from Kate Llewellyn.
Heat 8 there. It was a really nice start from lane 8 as well. Helena Lockmar up and swimming quickly early, but over in lane 2, Sophie Hole gets her feet on the wall first as they come off that turn. Those middle lanes trying to fight back a little bit, regain the lead here.
Coming into the wall there, it was Sophie Hall over in lane 2 in 29.58.
2 laps. There's definitely not a lot of time to make up ground if you do fall behind in that first 25. So really imperative that you get those feet on the wall quickly and get off even faster.
Yeah, the turn in a 50 metre in short course is one of the most important parts of the 50-metre freestyle. It's make or break for you. It's like the dive, except we see it in the short course, but obviously don't see it in the long course season. But the short course season, the turns are so important.
Could pretty much throw a blanket over this field right now. Looks to be the far side though, just pulling ahead in this second lap. It will be Isabel Neeson there in lane 1, 29.53. We're starting to see a few more of those 29s on the board here.
All right. Heat 10, what a great heat. Lucia and Georgie there really battled it out, didn't they?
From Yarra Plenty Wave. She's just got her coaching license, so maybe helping teach other people has helped her stroke improve a little bit too there, but she is absolutely stoked about that 28 on the board. I can hear the Nunawading team cheering on that lane 9 swimmer there, Waylon Trung. The Trunginator is what's being called out, and she is absolutely firing through this 50. She's going to lead start to finish. It's going to be a very quick swim from that outside lane. 28.31, 1.6 second PB in a 50. I'm gobsmacked. I can't believe some of the times that are being dropped off by these athletes this afternoon.
It's phenomenal, and I don't know if it's just because it's the start of the short course season. We haven't seen these guys race since last year. They might have done a couple of club meets heading, in the last couple of weekends, but from the long course season to now, we have obviously made phenomenal gains in these younger swimmers.
You also have to wonder if, being that we had the opening ceremony of the Olympics this morning, there's a lot of stuff going on about our Australian athletes and our swim team and how well we're going to do. It might be slightly motivating for these swimmers. They're getting the opportunity to race at the same time that the Olympics is about to be occurring.
Yeah, well, they get to race today, this afternoon, and then they get to go home and watch it, and then come back tomorrow. I hope we can come in tomorrow and see some fast racing after this evening. We have our own Sam Williamson on tonight in the 100-metre breaststroke, coached by Craig Jackson. I can't wait to watch him. Can you?
I'm so excited. I pretty much have had my phone ready to go, set up, got the sport, got all the apps.
We're Stan, ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, we are over halfway through these female 50-metre freestyles. Obviously some fast racing, some great cheering, but this race in particular, throw a blanket over the field. They are neck and neck.
Look, Emma Grave come off that turn really well and looks to have pulled herself out in front, but the girls in the middle starting to close the gap. It will be Emma there, 28.46. So now we move along from seeing those 29s popping up sporadically on the board. We're going to see some 28s. If we take a bit of a look at our fastest entry times in this event, Giselle Davey, 25. So if we could see that this afternoon, that would be a pretty spicy swim.
Yeah, Giselle Davey, obviously on the junior Pan Pacs team, heading to Canberra in late August. We're so excited to see her race. But yeah, if she could pull out a 25 today, I think that would be quite impressive.
So lane 5 led us around in a time of 13.81. This As we come down into the wall, Olivia Toe there, 28.74. She'll take out the win of heat 14.
I think the best thing that we are seeing today, Kalia, is this drop in times. Every heat that we go through, there's PB after PB after PB. It's so amazing to see, and it's very exciting for the future of swimming.
Exactly. I mean, I'm really fortunate. I get to work with a lot of junior athletes, and the way we're coaching swimmers these days, it's so technical and skillful, and we're getting to see them put that into racing, which is fantastic, particularly in the short course season. We're looking for those awesome starts and underwaters. We're looking for those super quick tumble turns and changeovers. And we're really seeing that being put to the test today, and you can hear off the walls and stuff, extra cheers from the coaches when the kids are nailing it, and that's what we're loving.
All right, we are in the water, heat 16 of 22. Charlotte Fay had a great start there, and I was looking at the heats this morning, and I thought, oh, I think Charlotte might do a bit of a PB here this morning. She had a great long course season, and I know she was looking to do a fast time this morning.
Yeah, she's one of the older athletes in this particular field. So it might suggest that we haven't really seen her race short course for a while, as I'm going to guess with her entry time of 29, and we've just gone to 26. But a great swim nonetheless, really once again showcasing those awesome skills.
I had the pleasure of training alongside Charlotte, you know, in my last sort of weeks and months of swimming, and I know she's been putting in a lot of hard yards, and especially in that gym. She's been doing very well in that gym, doing the sprint-based sort of stuff, so it's great to see her post a great time this morning.
Well, we've really started to hear more about this gym-centered approach thanks to Cameron McAvoy. He's obviously very famous now for spending not really a lot of time in the training pool. As a coach myself, I don't really like to hear that as much. I like to get the kids there a little bit more often.
I think for the older athletes though, you know, the 1920s, they actually are sprint specific, and Charlotte does a lot in the pool, but she also works very hard in that gym. It's a different style of training, but based off that, it seems to be working for her.
Absolutely. In the water now, we are up to heat 18 of 22. These girls all with entry time sitting around that mid-28. We'll see them go out a little bit quicker. Got a few more 13s popping up on the board. Good swim out from lane 0, Kate Morrison. She's really up with those leaders, but it looks like Maddie Brand's going to get her hand on the wall here. It's exciting to see her doing some fast 50s. We know her from our incredible longer distance and open water, part of our pathway squad for Swimming Victoria.
Well, that must have been a very short, quick race for her then.
That is something else that I really love about these opportunities we have at Metro Championships or Country Short Course Championships. We get a lot of athletes doing events they might not normally get to race at a state event or even a national event. So it's a bit of fun, and it's something different and really keeps you interested in the sport.
It does, and I think that it's great. This sort of competition gives the opportunity to do that, and it's all about having fun and staying in the sport. You know, people smiling. We had a lot of smiles this morning from these young kids, and it's great to see it still happening when we come into the older athletes.
And great swim there from Bree Burgess. Just one of the first 27s I've seen this afternoon, so sneaking in from lane 9. I know she's been struggling a little bit with injury in the past few months, so it's good to have her back and clearly swimming fast.
Yeah, well, we're heading into heat 20 here, so we're heading into the faster heats of this afternoon. As you can see, all the girls, you got lots of splash happening, the kick's strong, the arms are going over fast, and these girls are really powering into the wall to get their hand on the wall first.
Looks like Alyssa Lever in lane 2 might just do that. 27.33. Not far behind her, there was Tani Cronin, so a few more of those 27s. (21 of 22 in the water and underway. Very quick from the middle lanes. Rihanna Chen getting her feet on there. 12.88. That's a quick first lap. We know she's got those great underwaters. Being a butterfly, those dolphin kicks she can really utilize to her advantage as she comes into the wall here. 26.58. That's an awesome swim from her. About 0.7 seconds off.
Nice little drop from that 27 to 26 as well. I think she'll be happy with that. All right, so this is our final heat of our women's 50-metre freestyle. In lane 4 there, Giselle Davey, as I mentioned before, Junior Pam Pax. It's good to see her in here racing. I know she's trained this morning, so she's probably a little bit tired, but her underwaters and turns are incredible.
Yeah, look, definitely the one to watch in this race. She smashed out that first 25. Looks to get her hand on first here, just over that 25. So after a training session this morning, I'd be very accepting of that 26.16. She'll take out the win there for the women's 13 and over 50-metre freestyle. Continuing on with another 17 heats of 50s here. It's the men's 13 and over 50-metre freestyle. It's a quick swim out in lane 2 there for Harold Zhu. 26.61 from heat 2.
We
very
are
casual and collected at the end of it as well. He just cruised over to the lane rope. Bit of a smile.
We are seeing some ridiculous drops for a 50 metre.
And he's 14 in heat 2. We don't see 26s until heat 10.
Incredible. I just think it's great to see these drops so early on in the season, setting us up for a great short course season to come.
Yeah, we do have a few exciting short course events up and coming on our Swimming Victoria calendar. Obviously, our Olympics starts tonight for our Aussie athletes over in Paris. But here in Melbourne, we do have coming up our Victorian Open Short Course Championships on the 17th and 18th of August. A lot of these older athletes will get the opportunity to race again for those state championship medals. And then after our Open Championships, we have our Victorian Age Short Course Championships from the 6th till the 8th of September. So we've still got a few more weeks for these youngsters to knock off some more time, and I'm really excited to see what they'll do then with some heats and finals appearances.
It's looking pretty positive so far, based off what I've seen, you know, so far in these 50 metre freestyles. I think we're going to have a great age short course coming up.
So we've just seen James Clare in lane 4 take out heat 3. And we move on now to heat 4 of 17.
And coming into that wall, we had a bit of an outside lane smoker in Yinxing Jiang. What a great time he has posted. Again, seeing that 26 in these early heats is fantastic. Another blistering swim from a Caulfield Aquatic swimmer. We're seeing some really great swims from a lot of different clubs this afternoon, but a 26 again. We're just seeing it over and over again in these early heats.
Exciting stuff here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre at our beautiful indoor pool set up for our 25-metre short course races. Massive thank you to all of our sponsors. This event, our Victorian Metropolitan Championships, obviously thanks to Vic Health and their UNCLOUD campaign for the year.
As we head into heat 8 of 17 again, because these are timed finals, all of these entry times are similar, and we can see that with the blanket that we could throw across this field.
Yeah, there's some spicy swimming going on from a couple of outside lanes, though, in this particular heat. Garen Lim in 7, absolute flyer, as was Harvey Lee over in 0. But it'll be Garen 25.49. So now we forget 26s. We're leaving those behind.
We're into the 25s
now.
We're
into the 25s. And just over halfway through the heats now too. So plenty more action to come in the men's 13 and over 50 freestyle with heat 9 underway here. It was a quick start in lane 8, up and absolutely smashing out that kick. Christopher Bodian in lane 8 from MLC. Led us around in 12.7. Coming through now though, looks like Senna Kaneko might get his hand on the wall first. 26.19. Terrence Tang there in lane 7 out in 12.1. So we're almost creeping down into 11 seconds on those first lap. The swimmer from Doncaster Templestowe Swim Club is going to take out heat 10 in a 25.24. So that's almost a 24, Sean.
A blistering time there. Great to see. I think we're going to start seeing 24s pretty soon.
I'm ready. I'm ready. And we say we're going to see the 24s. We're going to see them come up on the board, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of what's going on in the pool because if my washing machine was still broken, I probably should have brought my clothes down here and thrown them in behind these athletes. There is a lot of whitewash in the pool right now. Look at those amazing kicks out the back there as Brian Wong takes out heat 11, 25.54. And speaking of long distance athletes swimming in 50 freestyle, are you seeing what I'm seeing swimming out of lane 4 here?
I am, and I had to look twice actually because I didn't think I was seeing what I was seeing. Robbie Dillison, known for our open water swimming and our
10K.
distance events. Actually, it looks pretty quick, I won't lie.
He's looking great. He was out in an 11.42. Maybe he's secretly been back in the gym training for these sprint events, Sean. I don't know.
Maybe we might skip the 24. We might go to 23.
Oh, we did. 23.69 for Robbie there.
Not
he had
bad,
a bit
not
of a look up
bad.
at the board. It looks pretty serious.
Well, he's our open water swimmer of the year.
He is.
So there you go, everyone.
You can do it all.
You can do it all.
It's a great turn in lane 4 for Nicholas Highland. Went around in second, but came out leading, and I think it'll hold through as he goes 25.30 to take out heat 13.
This is an absolute blistering 22.85.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from?
I don't know what is in this water this afternoon.
Should we get them to remeasure the pool?
I think so.
There are
I
some
think so.
super speedy swims going on. Akalanka Paris from Cheltenham Swimming Club there. 22.85.
Incredible.
We've got all sorts racing in this 50 free. I've just noticed Thomas Sutherland down in lane 9. Breaststroker.
Usually a breaststroker, isn't he? But I tell you what, he's not actually doing too bad.
Well, he nearly led us through that first lap here. He turned in second. Adonis Giotopoulos there in lane 5. He'll take the win, 24.26. He did just get his feet on the wall first at halfway as well, so start to finish for him.
Training partners as well, those two obviously don't swim against each other that much, being a breaststroker and a freestyle butterflyer.
But we've seen the competition come out. our penultimate heat here. As we come down, it is heat 16 of 17 for our men's 13 and over 50 freestyle. Joel Gabriel Cruz there in 5, led us around at halfway. There's absolutely nothing in it. Hand on the wall. It will be Daniel Savidaris from lane 8 there, gets his hand on first. Bit of opportunity in this final heat as we are missing those 3 centre lanes, so it's anyone's game here.
We're missing a few in this race, so it means that even the heats before the 22 that we saw earlier.
We still have to keep that into consideration. Timed finals means it doesn't matter which heat you're in, which lane, your time is up for grabs to be on that podium. And it's going to be pretty hard to beat that. These guys have only gone out in 11 mids, so looks like Kieran is going to get hand on first there, 23.36, just ahead of Ethan Ravensdale in 23.71, but a 22.85, that looks to be our leading time.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the time that we saw from Robbie as well earlier would have been up in that race, and I think missing a few of those real sprint boys in that opened up the field completely.
100%, and that can happen anytime. You know, it's the middle of winter. We have a lot of athletes getting a little bit sick at this time. They're going to be a little bit fussier on events they're racing if they are here competing, if they're not feeling 100%. So there's always medals on the line and medals up for grabs.
Except for those young ones. This morning, I was so impressed. I saw athletes swim in 5 different races at one point, and I just thought, wow, that's tough. 200s, 100s, 50s, you name it, they were in there.
It really just shows how incredible these junior swimmers are and how important those training sessions they do throughout the week have become in ensuring that they have that fitness and that capability of backing up race after race after race and continuing to do personal best while they do it.
100%. Well, I hope you enjoyed the 39 heats of the 50 freestyle that we have just endured. We are now going to go on to something a little longer, and that is the 200-metre backstroke.
Now, should I just leave you to commentate this one yourself? Backstroke, not necessarily my main event or second or 17th.
I know, I was saying this morning, I'm not biased at all, but I do think the 200-metre backstroke is the hardest event on the schedule.
I'm not going to deny it. It is a challenging race, 100%, particularly short course. It becomes more of that aerobic kind of swim when you're trying to complete 15-metre underwaters off every single wall. It's a lot of breath hold. It's a lot on the legs. When backstroke is really heavy on the legs to begin with.
Yeah, and I tell you what, every time I got out of that pool off a short course, the first thing my coach would say to me was, your underwaters were not long enough. And if it's because, and I can say it now because I'm retired, because I didn't practice it in training. All right, well, we are off and away in this 200-metre backstroke. We've got 3 girls in this. They are only 13 years old. Ali Hutchinson, Frida Cowan, and Sonali Basnayaka. So we're 50 metres into this 200-metre backstroke, and I must say I'm so pleased to see the club volunteers that we have to help with our backstroke wedges. The backstroke wedges obviously came in probably about 10 years ago. 9 years ago, I was sort of halfway through my career, and boy, do they make a difference.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think they have been around for a while, but we've only kind of been using them what's felt like more recently, particularly with our obviously massive global pandemic preventing us from being able to swim and race for a couple of years. So especially these 13-year-olds, for some of them, this will be one of their earlier opportunities to start learning how to use these ledges. They're not the easiest things to control and maneuver.
Not. Yeah, and especially the difference in ledges that, you know, each club might have, and the difference in actually using the ledge on a touchpad. That's the difference, and they're great, but you know, I love to see this morning we had them out for the young swimmers, and the best thing about it was our supportive officials actually helping them get the right foot placement on the ledges.
100%. Those officials do such an awesome job ensuring that our meets are official and qualifying meets, so all of our times can be used across the country and internationally as well for these swimmers.
So we're coming down now to the last 25 metres of this race. The 200 backstroke, as we mentioned before, tough on your legs, tough on your lungs. These girls, their legs will be burning, but they've only got 25 metres to swim.
Ali Hutchinson was side by side with Frida Cowan into that final turn, but she's absolutely smashed it off the wall, just giving that extra 1% down this final straight. And it looks like she's going to finish this race in first, 2:43.33. And a big, big gasp of excitement there for a massive PB. Once again, 5-second drop for Ali, and she is stoked about it.
We love to see it. I remember that feeling when you were young and you looked up and you'd done 2, 3, 4-second PBs. It doesn't happen when you get older.
I think one of the things that my mum used to tell me is races hurt a lot less when you do personal best.
They do.
It's 100% true. So yeah, we just did mention our volunteers helping out with these backstroke ledges. We want to make sure the start is equal and fair for every athlete in the pool. That means ensuring that none of those ledges, their straps are twisted. That can mean that your ledge is a little bit wonky, and we don't want that.
So we head into now heat 2 of 7, and that was a great start from lane 4, Megan Lee. She's sitting high in the water. It's a high stroke rate. She's got a long way to go though. 200 backstrokes, a long event, but it's different tactics. It's different if you have some athletes that will go out hard like we are seeing Megan do, or we might, see back-end swimmers when they have the third 50 is the place where they actually make their ground.
100%. Megan's really attacked the front end of this race, so that's something we do often see from our sprint guys who are transferring across into those slightly longer races like the 200. With backstroke, 200 is the longest distance that you can complete, so those athletes with that endurance background, they're going to be more comfortable in going out a little bit slower and trying to build throughout the race to really finish strong.
Yeah, and when I was back racing, doing my 200 backstrokes, it was the first 50 was relaxed, but it wasn't relaxed enough that I wasn't going fast. It was relaxed so that I had enough because I was more of a back-end swimmer. It's actually harder though if you go out a bit slower to then get faster. So you've got to find that happy medium of going out relaxed but fast.
Yes, if you've been around the pool or listening to swimming coaches, they'll often refer to it as that easy speed or your front end speed. It's all about, we still want to be going quickly. We don't want that time to be reflected as too far over our personal best or considered slow, but it has to feel comfortable.
Megan Lee is having a great race here. She obviously took it out quite fast, but she's been able to hold it and she looks comfortable. She looks like she's still able to push, and she's got 15 meters on the rest of the field. So I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty large personal best for her. Coming into that last 10 meters, she has a beautiful stroke that head still. Her hips are up high, and she has just gone from it from the get-go, and it will be about a 16 second PB for her. So what a swim.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
We'll take that. You know, if we're sitting here, we've got an incredible 7 heats of 200 backstroke, and it's really exciting to think that we're coming up close to having almost 70 athletes competing in this event this afternoon. If we're going to sit here and watch them, they better be exciting, and so far, so good.
Yeah, it's great to see. Usually, you know, you might see that these races, you know, we just saw, as we said, 39 heats of the 50 freestyle, and now we've only got 7. So in these longer events, you see a little bit less. But 7 heats of a 200-metre backstroke, I actually think is pretty impressive.
So we come down now, the girls, with just 50 metres left to swim in heat 3 of our 200 backstroke on this next wall. Eloise Pride in lane 2. She's got a bit of distance on the other girls, set herself up nicely in the first half, and she is just absolutely chugging away here. Out in lane 7, it is Ella Irvine, not too far behind the rest of the field. Coming through, sitting pretty close together, so there's going to be some nice racing happening in the center of the pool. Just how difficult is it to see the other girls in a race like backstroke? In our freestyle, we get to breathe to the side and have a bit of a look, but backstroke, you're on your back, going backwards, looking at the roof.
Yeah, unless the person is directly next to you or even just that slight bit behind you, very difficult to see. So you've really just got to race your race. I've had a lot of races where I may have finished second or third and actually thought I was winning because you just can't see them. So really it's all about you and your race, just like Eloise did out in front there. 2:31.38 for her. Great swim again. We're seeing another drop in times by these girls. Fantastic to see. We're also seeing now some of the swimmers that were just in the 50 freestyle get up and do a 200 backstroke. Georgie Skinner from Caulfield, I saw her in the 50 freestyle along with, now what do we call her?
The Trunganator, apparently. For those who may have missed the 50 freestyle, Waylon Trong in lane 6. So I'm out in lane 9 in the 53 and absolutely smashed the rest of the field away. Great from start to finish. So you might think backing up from a 50 freestyle sounds like a bit of an easy task. It's only a 50, you might say. But it's quite the opposite, isn't it?
It really is. Any race is going to be taxing on the body, especially for a 200 backstroke. We all know that, as I said before, it's one of the tougher events. It's hard on the legs, especially short course. You've got a lot of turns in there. But it really depends on the swimmer. I actually didn't mind a bit of a 50 freestyle or a 50 prior to a 200 back because I felt warm. I was really warmed up. It really just depends. You know, backing up from a 50, it is tough, but at least it's not a 200 free.
I think it can definitely have an impact depending on what kind of swimmer you are. I know myself personally, as a bit of a longer distance athlete, those 50s really, really fatigued me. A lot of effort had to go into moving quickly from the get-go rather than building through. So that can have a bit of an impact. But we do know a lot of these athletes are backing it up over and over. It's a really big weekend of racing. This afternoon session is about 6 hours long, and same with tomorrow. What kind of instructions would these athletes and swimmers be getting from their coaches, just about how to recover and what to do between races?
Yeah, obviously nutrition is a huge part of recovery for these young athletes. As we see, they're backing up. They'll want to be getting some food, some carbohydrates and some protein in between each races, having things like a Gatorade or some lollies or, you know, that sugar to get the energy, the quick carbs into you. But I would just like to say that Georgie Skinner here has a beautiful backstroke. She looks so smooth. Her head's pretty well still. Her arms are going over nice and smooth. And her feet, her kick, you can see her kick, which means that her hips are sitting nice and high.
I think that head position is like one of the most incredible things to make a difference in a backstroke swim, and it's probably something that you don't see done well all the time, particularly athletes who maybe backstroke isn't their primary stroke. They're used to having their eyes down at the bottom of the pool, so being over on your back and trying to have your head position in quite a different spot can be challenging for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, Georgie Skinner, sister of Alex Skinner, who is a backstroker as well. So backstroke running in the family there, but great swim from her. Again, 6 seconds under. So we're just seeing PB after PB after PB. All right, so heat 5, we are halfway through the 200 backstroke, and Alicia Brownbill is gone out in a great time of 1:09.24. She's looking again great, got that nice head position. Her turns are good. She's getting past that 7 metres, almost to that 10 metres, which it's tough for short course racing, but underwater, so crucial for the backstroke.
Something I did notice on her turn here that I was really enjoying is how smooth it is from that moment she rolls onto her front. She goes straight into that tumble turn. There's no pause. We see sometimes with our junior athletes a little bit of that hesitation. They're not quite timing that stroke count into the wall correctly. And those little mistakes, they don't cost a lot of time, but over at a race that has 7 turns, it can add up. If it's just 0.1 every time, that's almost a second by the end of the race.
Yep, she's coming into her last 25 here. I do also believe she's wearing a nose clip, which we don't see as often now in backstroke, but I think that, you know, Belinda Hocking used to wear the nose clip, and it does help with your underwaters if you can't hold the air coming out of your nose. So she's done a great time, 2:24.59, and then coming in second, Matilda Young, and third, Taylor Miller.
Now that's an interesting concept you bring up, because it's probably something people don't really think about. On those underwaters, you are on your back, you have to hold your breath, but there is water that does try and go up your nose, and that's what often prevents people from staying under longer. There's a few different strategies and ways of combating that. What are some of those? Obviously our nose clip is one.
Well, if you can naturally hold your lips sort of on your nose to not allow that air to come out, it's all about being able to extract that air as slowly as you want. So if you can't control that under the water, then it all comes out straight away. And it's so much harder to hold your breath when it's like that. So it really depends on the natural makeup of your mouth and your nose, and also your personal preference. I know myself, I tried to wear a nose clip, but I felt like I was getting suffocated. So I chose not to wear it and deal with the consequences from that.
Like so many things in these swimming races, we have these optimal techniques and skills that we look for, but at the end of the day, it does come down to the individual athletes. So those things are all taken into consideration by the swimmers themselves, how and what they feel comfortable doing, as well as their coaches, making sure that they're getting the best out of their swimmer, whatever that might be.
Yeah, and it also comes down to the tactics that work best for your natural physical makeup. We were talking before, sprinters tend to go out a bit faster, that more distance swimmer. I mean, in backstroke, you only have 50, 100 and 200 to choose from. And it means that some swimmers are better at the 200 and the 100, or some swimmers might be better at that 50 and the 100. So it really depends, the tactics that come into that 200, on whether or not you got fast twitch muscle fibers or slow twitch. It really depends, and sometimes you can't really change that.
And some of us just stick to freestyle.
Well, we're coming into this last 25 metres of the heat 6 of the... Sorry, we've actually got 50 left of the last 50 of the heat 6 of the 200 backstroke, and it looks to be Grace Dobby that is leading here from Melbourne Swimming Club.
Yeah, Grace Dobby led start to finish, but Sarah Cartel over in lane 2, not far behind her, and just starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears was Isabel Donnett out in lane 7. But with 1 lap to go, Grace looks to be pushing through. Can she hold on? She's just picked up that rate here with about 10 metres left to swim. Definitely not going to be able to see those other girls. They are out fairly wide. She's swimming out of lane 5. Say, not the best touch on the wall. Looked like she missed it. A little bit of a soft hand on there. So the time has come up as 2:25, but I think she touched a little bit before that. So it'll be interesting to see if our backup timing systems kick over there.
we head into our final heat, heat 7 of this 200 backstroke. Now we have Jess Wilson in lane 4, who is also part of the junior Pan Pacs team in Canberra. Originally not on the team, but fortunately for her, Jacqueline Barclay made the Olympic team, which again is great for Jacqueline. But it meant that Jess gets the opportunity to actually go and compete for Australia on our junior Pan Pacs team.
Yeah, such an exciting opportunity to be part of those junior Dolphins teams and kind of represent your country at that elite level. So really exciting for Jess and all of our other athletes selected onto those teams. And at the moment, she's pretty much showcasing why she got selected onto it, leading us through early on in this 200. She is in that center lane, fastest entry time. But there are some big backstroke names in this race. A few more of our Swimming Victoria trophy winners from our recent awards evening.
Yes, Sasha Jones was the H.A. Bennett winner, which is the backstroke award recipient, which was fantastic for her. That was for her 50-metre backstroke at Queensland State Championships. So she's in here. Obviously, she did say that her 50 and 100 were her more main events. So it's actually good to see her here tackling a 200 backstroke.
Now, speaking of tackling a 200 backstroke and doing it with a bit of flair, over in lane 2, Alana Banks has just shifted up into that first place position ahead of Jess Wilson. So they come down with 50 metres left to swim. It's pretty much stroke for stroke here. It's going to be hard to tell the difference onto the wall. Looks like Alana is just in front. She got her feet over a lot quicker than Jess on that turn, so that's going to make a bit of difference in time there.
Yeah, we obviously have a few Surrey Park athletes here in this race, which is they're all training partners, so pushing along, but it does look like Alana is going to actually, Jess Wilson got that. Spoke too soon.
Spoke too soon.
Jess did get that hand on the wall there in a time of 2:14.35 and only 0.02 behind her, Alana Banks.
Just shows how important those last couple of strokes are onto the wall, and getting your hand on quickly can be the difference. 2/100ths of a second separating first and second for our women's 13 and over 200 metre backstroke. In the water now, we have event 34. This is our men's 13 and over 200 metre backstroke. Just 6 heats of the boys here. So in the water, heat 1. So we're going through the halfway mark in our heat 1 here. All these boys around that 13, 14 year age group, sitting at about 2:44 to 2:45 entry times. So they've come in under that 1:20 mark at the halfway. They're really setting themselves up in contention for another personal best swim here.
All right, we are halfway through the second heat of the men's 13 and over 200 backstroke. Great to see these young 13 and 14-year-olds that have just come out of, their junior swimming careers into the big, wide, open world of open swimming. All right, so we are in our last 50 of this heat 2. Lane 3 there, Christopher Lee putting on a great show. He's been dominant from start to finish. And then in lane 2 there, Broderick Coyne doing a great swim, as well as lane 6 and 7, Parker and Michael Bamford. But the first place is going to go to Christopher Lee in a time of 2:27.96.
Heat 3 underway now. Is a fast start from Lucas Campbell in lane 9. It was a really good underwater from the far side of the pool in lane 1, Campbell Mills. So basically what I'm learning from this race is if you have Campbell in your name, you're going to be doing really, really well.
Doesn't matter if it's your first name or your last name, it's just as long as you got Campbell in there somewhere.
Nice little competition shaping up over between 0 and 1. Also doing very well here, lane 5 and 7. So it's still anyone's game early on in this 200. That third 50 tends to be where we see a bit of shifts happen. It's where people start to put their hard work and base into play.
Yeah, that third 50 is definitely the hardest 50 of the 200 backstroke. You know that you've got to come back and you've got to continue to turn and do another 50. But it's where we see the athletes make or break. That third 50 is the most important 50 of the 200.
I saw Campbell really speed up into the turn coming into that third 50. That little bit of extra pace into the wall really helps you come off quickly. It's kind of like, I like to say it's like that tennis ball effect. If you throw it into the wall fast, it's kind of going to come off quickly. If you go in slowly, it's not going to come back as fast.
Yeah, and short course is all about those skills. And for these 13 and 14 and 15-year-olds that we're seeing in these first 3 heats, the skills and the fundamentals are the most important part for them. Learning about racing, how to race, where their strengths and weaknesses lie, and then going back to training and working on them.
100%, and it's really paying off here for Campbell Mills over in lane 1. He absolutely took off in that third 50, gained himself about a 1.5 second lead into this last final leg. And he's going to take out heat 3 in a time of 2:21.83. And I'm going to say it again. It's another massive, massive drop. Big smile on the face of Campbell over in lane 1 from Ivanhoe Swim. Entry time of 2:32.9, and he's just come away with a 2:21.
And we called it early, Kalia. We did say if you had Campbell in your name, doesn't matter whether it was first or last, you were going to do well in that race. Well, this has been a great start to this fourth 50 by lane 5, Hamish Robson. He has beautiful underwaters. He is putting body lengths on these swimmers off the turns, which is what we see in short course swimming. We see the turns really shine because of the double the amount of turns than our long course season.
Hamish Robson is looking the absolute goods here. He's got 25 metres left to swim in this 200 backstroke from heat 4. Keep an eye on the time. Remember, we are timed finals at this weekend's competition. That means anyone can claim a medal if your time is one of the top 3 from no matter which heat you're in. It's looking smooth as he comes down to touch. It will be a 2:13.76. Holding on for second there from lane 4, Andre Tallarico, 2:20.36. And Anjay Lamb sneaks his hand onto the wall, 2:20.05.
I know we keep saying it, Kalia, but that was another 10-second drop. And it's just, I'm actually quite gobsmacked, to be honest.
I mean, I remember doing 10-second drops when I was 10, maybe. But these kids, I mean, 15 years old, 16 years old, where is it coming from? What is happening?
I don't know, but I think I'd like to eat whatever they're eating.
So heat 5 out of our 6 in the water now. Nithik Nathala in lane 5, swimming for Melbourne Swimming Club. Bit of a lead on the field here early on. Only boy in the race to go out in that 29-second mark. So starting to hit under 30 seconds per 50. And I might be mistaken, but is he doing this without goggles on?
I was just about to say that. That's the most impressive thing I think I've seen here today, because no goggles and hitting 10 metres off each wall. I did notice it before he jumped in, so I think it is a personal preference. He's got the nose clip on but no goggles, and we rarely see that these days in swimming.
It's very, very uncommon, particularly within Victoria. I mean, I haven't really seen this before today, other than kids who lose their goggles in the race, so...
And you know what I think it is? I think it's his absolutely beautiful head position in the water. There is barely any water going over his face. His head's high, his stroke rate's high, his hips are high in the water, and I think that's what makes the difference.
He's so confident in this swim as well. He's stuck in the middle of the lane the whole time. We often see, and you'll notice a few of the boys in this field riding that lane rope a little bit. We get into those habits at training where we sit on the left side the whole time, but he's stayed in the center of the lane. He doesn't need to see where he is. He's just got to know he's going fast, and he definitely is. 2:02.38.
Are we going to keep saying it, or are we...
I'm just really interested to watch this final heat because our leading entry time is a 2:04, so keep
And I
that
don't actually think
in
he's
mind.
here.
Well,
Max
we're about to
Bosley.
find out.
Oh, no, he is. I'm mistaken. I thought he'd gone over to overseas. He is from overseas.
So he is racing.
He was going to compete for...
Max.
I'm not going to say what it is because I'm not entirely sure.
Max's entry time of 2:04.1. Now, I'm not going to count him out because we have seen personal best swims across the board in pretty much every heat of every event. So he could definitely challenge that 2:02, but that's a quick swim. And very evenly paced as well. If we consider
Very
he went out in
evenly.
a 29, he's held some very, very even splits, which in a 200 is ideal. It's kind of the optimal way of racing it.
Yeah, and I think I was just so impressed by the fact that he wasn't wearing any goggles, but stayed in the middle of the lane for his underwaters, for his swim speed, all of it. And I think that just shows that he's obviously trained it. He's trained it to perfection, that high hips, that high head. All of it is smooth, it's beautiful, and a bit like what we're seeing here now, Harvey and Max, training partners actually, they have the same, they have that beautiful body position, head position, it's smooth and it looks easy.
Now, both of those boys have attacked this first 50 a little bit quicker than Nithic did. So these guys out in that 28, and they've come in under the minute. So they are setting themselves up to potentially go under the 2:02. It's all really going to come down to this final 100, whether they can hold on to the pace or whether it's going to catch up to them going out that bit faster.
And we know that Harvey is renowned for his distance freestyle swimming. He was also on that Youth Commonwealth Games team in Trinidad last year, and so we know he's going to have a good back end. And based off what I'm seeing here right now, he hasn't lost any of it yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he almost goes under that 2:02.
So that lap a little bit quicker there. One of the few boys in the race to pick up speed on the second half of that third 50. So they come down now. It is Harvey Lark in lane 6. He's really stepped it up here, the one to watch, the one to beat. Keep an eye on that time, but it looks like it's going to be quick. Can he get home in under 5 seconds now? I reckon he's going to go about 2:01. Oh, just over 2:02.17, but it is faster than Nithic. So Harvey Lark, lane 6, Caulfield Aquatics, he will take out the men's 13 and over 200 metre backstroke.
And we did say don't count any of these boys out because we have been seeing huge drops in times. Again, 18 years old and just dropped 6 seconds. I think that's pretty impressive.
He's got a nice smile on his face as well. I really enjoy it when the boys are happy with their swims, especially these older guys. It is a little bit more challenging to make them smile at the end of a race.
Definitely. I can tell you now that these boys would not be rested or anything. They are in hard training. They are in the middle of, obviously, the winter season. It's where we get our big gains for, obviously, our long course season in, starting in December. And so we know that they're going to be in hard training right now. And, I myself work at Caulfield Grammar School, and I see that some of these Caulfield Aquatic swimmers down there, grueling it out, running around the oval, in the gym, they're on the bikes and they're on the rowing
Swimmers that
machines.
run,
And
I didn't know
I
that was. As we move along in our program in the water now, we have event 35. This is our women's 50-metre breaststroke for multi-class. So a lot of these athletes did race earlier in the 50 freestyle. Few different classifications within this heat or within this race. You'll all notice they have SB next to their name. This is their classification for breaststroke events. That's why we'll see the B here. It might differ to their classification for backstroke, freestyle and butterfly, because breaststroke's a little bit of a different stroke, the way we complete it. And those classifications come into play on the wall, so it's not necessarily the first person that touches or the first person that finishes the race who is our winner here. Their times are compared to the world record for their individual classification, and then we use our FINA point system to determine who has the highest point score, who's the closest to that world record, and that is how our place getters are selected.
And if we look at their entry times, I think that that's a pretty good swim from Ruby Halliday there. Only around 0.6 to 0.7 over her entry time. So great swim from her as well as the other girls. In lane 3 there, Madeline Fox, she's just gone 2 seconds under her entry time, which she looks to be absolutely proud of.
She looks super happy about it. And do you know what I love? She celebrated a little bit for herself, then went straight over to cheer on Laura in lane 2. So there was a moment of celebration and then straight over to look after your teammates and your friends and support one another, which is just great to see here.
Yeah, you can see the smile on her face. She's giving a thumbs up to the people watching her from her swimming club. I love it. I love to see their happiness, and obviously there's a lot of work that goes into swimming and training. You know, they're swimming for 45 seconds to a minute, and we train for up to 30 hours a week. It's phenomenal the amount of training and effort and time that goes into this.
Yes, the dedication from these athletes is just huge. So those little moments where we look up and we see those times, those personal bests, are all the more meaningful after all the hours spent in the pool working towards them.
And obviously in our next race, as we mentioned earlier, Ahmed Kelly going to his 5th Paralympics, he's 32. You know, we're talking about all those grueling hours. He's been doing it for longer than most here today.
Exactly, and it's so great that we have some of these older athletes competing. We saw at the recent Olympic trials a few of those older athletes. Kate Campbell's almost 32 now. We're seeing Bronte Campbell turns 30 this year. So the longevity in swimming is so much better than it ever used to be. And I think it's the way we're looking after our athletes overall.
Well, I think athlete well-being is so concentrated on now, and it's because we want to develop good people. Yes, we are athletes and we have an identity within the sport, but it is super important that we have an identity outside of swimming, because there's only a short aspect of our lives that we're going to be swimming for. Moving out of the sport after retirement, yes, you might still be involved, but there's a whole other, hopefully 40, 50, 60, 70 years on top of what you've just done for the last 20 to 30.
100%, as we've just seen Hamish Keenan in lane 4 there touch the wall first in our men's multi-class 50-metre breaststroke. Now, Hamish was our Ali Cole Trophy Victorian Age Para Swimmer of the Year, and it's really nice to have him in the same event and same heat as Ahmed Kelly going to the Paralympics, but who was also our Ali Cole Trophy Victorian Open Para Swimmer of the Year. So these guys getting the chance to race one another, be in the same pool together. And it's kind of that nice transition between athletes at their 5th games and these youngsters who, Hamish making a few finals at Paralympic trials, giving him that opportunity. We could be seeing him on a team in the next few years.
And speaking of the older athletes, tonight we are going to see Emma McKeon. She's I don't even know how to explain her. She's just a phenomenal swimmer. She's our most decorated Olympian, and we get to see her tonight in the same event that we're about to see here at her, I think it's 3rd Olympic Games?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe it's the 3rd. Emma just turned 30 about a month ago, so another one of our older athletes. And this Olympics kind of feels like really that changing of the baton, that passover. We've got a team that's about 50% first-time Olympic athletes mixed in with some of these Olympians like Emma, 3rd Games, got a couple who it's their 2nd. So there's that real transition period now that we're going through as a country, but it's so nice that our juniors are still so competitive.
Yeah, and I think that was actually the beauty of COVID. You know, we had our Olympics delayed a year, and so some of our older athletes stuck around because it was only 3 years, not 4 years, which I think is just great because we haven't seen throughout the years often that we have 17-year-olds like Jacqueline Barclay with 30-year-olds, you know, 13 years older than her that are going to be there to support her through the Olympics and be able to show her the ropes for her to continue her career, hopefully until she's 30.
And you look at those athletes like Emma or like Kyle Chalmers, being on a team with them for these juniors, not only are you within Australia racing against them, but now you get to race with them, to be part of those relay teams, to sort of be motivated almost to really lift and swim to your best ability, just to be part of that team.
Yeah, and I think we've got some great young people coming through, especially in the backstroke. Obviously, we've had Kaylee McEwen, extremely dominant, along with Regan Smith from America for a long time. But if you look at both the American and Australian swimming Olympic trials, the backstroke 100 is just moving forward and forward and forward. And it's thanks to the girls like Kaylee and Regan. And fortunately, we were able to put 3 backstrokers. We've got Jacqueline Barclay, who's young in the 200, and Iona Anderson on the team as well, because Molly, who can do it all, isn't going to swim the 100 over there, which gives Iona that opportunity, who went a blistering 58.
It was incredible. It was incredible. To be that fast and there was a potential of not making the team. I think that's something that's really crazy to me, as we have so many people actually going under those Olympic qualifying times, which in Australia are harder than they are in most other places in the entire world.
Yep.
And we have too many people to choose from. I mean, what are the chances?
It's, you know, you look at the American trials and it is 1st and 2nd on the wall, and just as long as they're under that Olympic qualifying, here in Australia, we want the best of the best, and we're so fortunate that we get to experience swimming at a competition right when the Olympic Games are starting.
As we have now heat 2 in the water of our women's 13 and over 100 metre butterfly. Got a few athletes missing from this heat. 100 fly, not the easiest of events to race. It is getting a little bit later in the afternoon, so we will start to see people being a little bit fussier on what they choose to race. We've got Lucia Calderon in lane 2. She did a great 50 freestyle before, dropping 2 seconds off her time in that one. She's leading around this group coming into our final 10 metres. She's holding off a little bit of a late strike from Yolanda Wu in lane 7. But I think she will just get her hands on first. Oh, and I've done a Shan and called it too early.
Is that what we're calling it now, doing a Shan?
Yeah. It's never my fault. But it will be Yolanda there by 3/100ths of a second. Great swim, girls. It does just go to show how close these races are. You cannot call them from eyeballing, from especially the angle we're on. We're not exactly in line with that finish touchpad. 3/100ths is nothing. I mean, if you grabbed a stopwatch right now and tried to stop it within 3/100ths, it's not an easy task.
No, and it's something that we've definitely all tried to do as a bit of a joke, but, you know, that's swimming. That's the brutality of our sport, is that these races come down to making a team by 0.01, 0.02, 0.03, and it's it's brutal. I've been there myself, you know, missing an Olympic team by 0.2, 0.3, and it's a really weird sort of feeling to have, because you swim this phenomenal top 8 time in the world and then you're not on the team. And that's our sport, and it's just a testimony to the depth of talent that we have in Australia that starts somewhere like here.
Exactly.
And, you know, these girls are touching themselves out by 0.2, 0.3, even closer, 0.03, 0.01, and it's great to see.
And if you look at those athletes that we do have this year representing Australia at the Olympics from Victoria, we've got the likes of Will Petrick, one of our youngsters, who come up through this system, through this metropolitan racing system, Nunawading Swimming Club, Sam Williamson as well. He's been here, he's competed over the years and just worked away at it each year, improving and improving. And it's so great for Victoria that you don't actually know one of these kids in these races could be on the next Olympic team.
100%, and I think the beauty of having both Will and Sam making debuts at very different ages. We've had Will at 19, Sam at 26. Sam's been through this system. I've known that Sam's been through it from a very young age, and it just goes to show that if you keep pushing through it, anyone can make it. It doesn't matter what age you are. Your debut in an Olympic team could be at 26 or it could be at 19.
Exactly right. And the same thing, you know, Sam's just chipped away at his times. Little bit by little bit, every year, every season, just working. It's been such a gradual process, and I really respect the work and the work ethic behind it. Will, that little bit younger, a little bit more like what we've been seeing today, those bigger drops in time. We saw him drop some time earlier this year at long course at our state championships. Then he went off to nationals, dropped again, still hadn't gone under those Olympic qualifying times. And then that adrenaline on the big stage when it really came to matter and to count, was able to drop off those big numbers.
And I think that's important to note, is that swimming is one of those sports where people do sort of stagnate for a while. You know, we've got swimmers that sit, you know, Sam sat at that 59, 59, 59, but eventually got that drop to 58. And I think that it's just important to note, because that happens. It happens a lot at 15, 16, you plateau. And it's just eventually getting that next jump. And it's, again, we keep talking about how this sport can be a bit brutal sometimes. So this is why I'm loving seeing all these swimmers dropping time, because I think, wow, that's so great.
And yeah, senior swimmers, you know.
They're not just our junior swimmers.
They're not just our juniors. So I think this season is shaping up to be an absolute ripper. We've had some great swims so far today. We've got a few left on the program this afternoon, and then we'll come back and do it all again tomorrow. And the good thing about races and days like this is the momentum kind of builds. It's not like you come in one day and we have an amazing day and then it just drops off. I think most of the time, if you're having a good first day, we use that to our advantage, and we could come back and see some even better swims tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we did, because all these athletes get to swim, they go home and they watch the first night of the Olympics. If that was me, I'd be pretty inspired to come in the next day and smash out a good race. So I think that I'm looking forward to tomorrow. But obviously today, Kate Morrison in the middle there, having a great swim in this 100 fly. It looks like she will touch the wall first. We've got 3 under 110 there, which is great.
I love that you waited until the time had come up on the board then. Those girls out in lanes 8 and 9 were definitely attacking that final 5 meters. We weren't willing to call it just yet. Some really nice swims there from the girls in 109s. So we move along now to heat 6 of 9. Now, entry times here sitting all around 110. So the girls in the last heat, they've already put down 109s. If you're in this heat and you're looking up watching that race, what's kind of going through your mind at that point when you see a heat of 111s just drop 2 seconds away?
It gives me confidence, you know, to see other girls that potentially have slower entry times than me. I go, oh, well, I'm better than that. I want to beat it. So the competitiveness comes out. We're not in this sport because we aren't competitive. We're in it because we want to win. We want to beat everyone. And I think that the beauty of this being timed finals is that anyone can come up from, we saw it in the 50 freestyle just earlier. Anyone can come from any heat and win it. So you got a lane in here. you got an opportunity.
You've got a lane, you've got a chance. It is 100% that as we come down to our final 25, Jemima Hale in lane 5. Just snuck her way ahead of Macy Smike in 4 on that third 25. It kind of always reminds me of like that third quarter in football. It's the make or break lap. And she's held on there for another 109, 109.24 for Jemima Hale to take out heat 6.
All right, so this is our 7th heat out of 9, and the girls are into their last 15 metres. Out in lane 1, Eve Anderson is having a ripper swim here. It looks like she will get her hands on the wall first again with that 109, so we're under 110 again, almost into that 108, but that's a great swim from her.
Yeah, 109 seeming to be the time to beat here. So we move along to heat 8. We do only have 9 heats, so the final 20 athletes left to race. Fastest entry time of a 101, so that's pretty quick 100th butterfly time. Mia Yeo. More known for a 200 butterfly success over the last few years, so we'll see what she can do in this sprint race.
Yeah, in this 8th heat, we do have Alana Banks that we just saw in the 200 backstroke. I won't lie, that's a tough backup. 100 fly, I wouldn't want to be doing that after a 200 backstroke. Obviously, got just pipped by Jess Wilson, but she looks quite smooth here, leading out this first 50.
Now, in that 200 back, we spoke about the importance of those underwaters, and obviously someone that competes in that race is going to have great skills. As what is Alana showing us right now, she's coming off those turns. Looks like Chloe Burke makes up a little bit of ground on her during the swim element and aspect of this race. But then each time Alana off the wall, she stays under that little bit longer, gets off quickly. She's not sitting around taking too long. And there it is, showcased beautifully in front of us. She's just pulled a body length out of a hat there.
And
underwater.
That comes with the experience. Alana is 20 and Chloe Burke is 15, and I'm more than sure that when Chloe goes back to her coach, it'll be, okay, Alana is, experienced. This is what we want to learn from her. She's just, put body length on you off her skills.
And we can only hope that Chloe listens to her coach and practices those underwaters at training.
Or listens to us.
Heat 9 in the water now, our final and fastest seeded heat. It was a quick start in the center 2 lanes, Mia and Rihanna. They were neck and neck off that first 15. Not a lot separating them on lap 1. And they look like the ones to beat in this race.
Yeah,
they're really
they do.
setting themselves up in this first 50 for a bit of a showdown by the looks. 3 100s.
Yeah, they both have really nice strokes. You can see the rhythm. Their hips are coming up high in the water. Their arms are coming, they're still low in the water, but you can see the rhythm of their hips coming out. And I think that that's the difference. Again, it looks easy. I tell you what, it's not easy, but it looks easy.
It's definitely going to be close. If I had to call it, Mia has been finishing these laps a little bit faster than Rihanna, choosing to breathe a little bit less throughout. She might get her hands on the wall first. She does there, 1:00.42, so close to breaking that 1 minute mark. I imagine at Open Champs, that'll be something she'll be really setting her mind to, trying to look up and see that 59. Rihanna Chen there, second, 1:00.84. And then third place was Mudgee in lane 3, 1:04.04. All right, in the water now we have event 38. This is the men's 13 and over 100 meter butterfly. And like our girls, we also have 9 heats in this race. So in the water is heat 1, Sebastian Bullen, Hugo Carson and Lev Dishliuk. The 3 boys in those center lanes, the golden lanes in the middle, battling it out as we come down to the final 25. Hugo Carson got about a body length on front of the boys early and he's not letting go of it. The battle is on for second, about 0.3 separating those guys. So we come down with 10 meters left to swim. Hugo is holding on. Try and get that head down onto the wall, 1:07.07. Sebastian will take out second with a 1:09.85 and Lev in a 1:10. The boys coming down now on their final 25. Oscar Tan leading the way. Jordan Silva behind him in lane 6. They are going to be our leaders from heat 2 as Oscar finishes there. 1:05.61, Jordan 1:06.68. And it is Michael Fan from Melbourne Swimming Club out in lane 8 who takes out that 3rd place spot in this early heat. So heat 3 here now, Terence Tang of Doncaster Templestowe. He got a great swim earlier. He's back in action. Not the smoothest looking butterfly I've ever seen, but it seems to be working for him. So that's where that individualization comes into play. 28.21 he's gone out in. Jarius Chung in second there from lane 3, but not a lot of distance between the boys for minor placings at this point in the race. Terrence looks like he's going to be hard to catch up to here.
Yeah, well, sometimes strokes really just depend on the person. You look at someone like Lizzie Deckers. She never had the most beautiful butterfly. It's changed a little bit now, but it worked for her. And so why change it?
If it's not broke, don't fix it, Sean.
That's exactly where I was heading on that one.
Well, it seems to have worked for Terrence here. 101.08 from heat 3. Jairus in second, 106.38.
That's a great swim there from Will Panozzo and also Will Leo. So the two Wills taking out 1 and 2 there. Alfie Graves smashed out that first 50 of this 100-metre butterfly. He's charging up the third 25, really setting the pace here. John Jurovic in 5, trying to chase him down. There's not a lot of room left in this race. They come under the flags, 5 metres to go. It's all about timing that touch onto the wall, and he does it. Yep, I'm glad we didn't call it early because that was a great finish
You could just
from
see
John.
him coming through really well on that last lap.
And you could see he was timing that finish really well. Butterfly and breaststroke are so important when it comes to timing those finishes.
Now, Liam Malloy in lane 3 there came off that underwater about half a body length in front of the guys in this heat. And he's just done the same thing again. So those skills absolutely setting the pace here in the first 50 of the 100 fly in heat 6.
Yeah,
it's a quick 50.
We saw Liam in that 400 medley earlier and he was out fast in that butterfly, so we do know that he is strong at this stroke, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is a bit of an older time and that he's going to drop it.
He did spend a little bit of time out of the water this season with some illness, but he's back in training and he's looking the goods, so I'm excited to see what he can do this season.
Especially with a time drop like that. You know, he was entered as a 1:01.30, and he's just done a 56.74. Might I add, there's 2 others in this race that have gone under a minute with entry times of 1:01.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's really good to see that momentum continue throughout the afternoon here. It can be really easy as the day goes on. You've had a few races to kind of start feeling that fatigue, and you know, the air almost feels heavy, but if we can keep seeing races like this and performances, it kind of hypes you up. If members of your team are swimming well and swimming fast, it makes you want to do the same. So we're trying to keep those good vibes, we're keeping the music going, trying to set that atmosphere up for the best possible races that we can see this afternoon.
And I'm so happy to see that our older athletes are actually the ones that are dropping the time as well. It's not just our juniors. Obviously, being one of the bigger events on the calendar for Swimming Victoria, and it's the first one, you know, it's really positive, and I'm so happy to see it for the future of the short course season.
Now, we spoke a lot about the future of our junior athletes, and they're coming through incredibly as Joel Gabriel cruised there 58.69, gets his hands on the wall first in Heat 7. But as we turn to Heat 8, I cannot help but notice the depth in age group in this particular heat. We have Darius Schultz swimming out of lane 4, 32 years old, and in lane 7, Nino Piscatelli, 40 years old. And still in Heat 8.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, and we actually just saw Darius earlier in the 800-metre freestyle. So he's gone from an 800-metre freestyle into this at 32 years old.
I don't think I'll be doing that at 32,
no,
Sean.
I don't think. I'm 26, almost 27, and hung up the goggles 6 weeks ago because that was enough on my body.
And you know what's crazy? Look at how well these guys are going.
Well, it's the experience. How long do we think that these two have actually been doing it for?
Long enough that they've just taken over, pretty much leading us through after the 3rd lap of 100 butterfly. Big Boss Bassinas in 3. Looks like he might have this heat under wraps here as he comes onto the wall, 58.52, but Darius is in second there, 59.09. Some great swims from the lads here. Very exciting stuff when you have an event where we started out with 13-year-olds in Heat 1 and we have 40-year-olds in Heat 8. That's just how good this sport is, that people want to be a part of it from such an early age right through into adulthood. And if you look at our masters swimming, I mean, I've had the opportunity to coach athletes who are 93, 94.
Yep.
It's so inclusive. It's the place to be.
Yep.
You know, people talk about giving up weekends for sport, and it doesn't even feel like that. Like,
it doesn't.
You get to catch up with your friends, you get this excitement, get to hang out with everyone that you've spent the week with and see them improve and see yourself improve, and it's just such a good feeling. You leave ready for Saturday night and ready to go watch the Olympics, and you're pumped up, we're fired up.
Yeah, and I'd just like to point out in here, Nicholas Slayton, if you did see the little light flash, that is because he has a hearing impairment, but swims also in the able-bodied events. And it looks like it will be Nick Layton to go out in a 25.42. He is a sprinter. He's very powerful, very strong, a very tall boy. And he's sprinting his butterfly. It's a beautiful stroke. Powerful, strong, and it looks good.
Yeah, he's been looking great today. His 50 freestyle seemed to be a little bit of a drop in time from his entry, so that's exciting. We know he's swimming fast, and I don't think this one's going to be any different. That light on the start hasn't made any impact on the overall result. 55.26. It's a great swim from Nicholas Layton in late
time.
3.
0.9 under his entry time. I think he'll be happy with that. And that wraps up our event 38, men 13 and over, 100-metre butterfly, as we move on to the women again in the 13 and over, 200-metre freestyle.
Now, we've just been having a conversation earlier about what we think the most difficult race is. And obviously it's going to depend a little bit on what your strengths are as a swimmer. But the 200 freestyle was something I brought up as one of the races that I definitely find the most challenging. And the reason being is that it's not really a sprint, but it's also not a distance race.
I 100% agree.
Like a sprint that's too long.
Yeah, and we're seeing that more and more. I mean, for Molly O'Callaghan and Ariane Titmus have just been pushing the 200-metre barrier further and further, and they come from different, you know, distances. Ariane known for her 200, 400, 800, and then Molly known for her 100s and 200s. And even the 50 as well. So it just goes to show you that that 200 freestyle is that middle event, which I think is what makes it so difficult, because you're sprinting pretty much, but there's also an aspect of aerobic capacity as well.
For 2 minutes. You're sprinting for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, if you've watched the running before, you sprint for 10 seconds.
Yep.
20 seconds. 2 minutes at your optimal speed, at your max speed, it is grueling. And add in the fact you're in a pool, so you've got a little bit of breath control thrown in. You've got short course, so you've got added tumble turns. So you're starting on your front, you somersault, so there's gymnastics in there as well, just to add to the difficulty. You've got to hold your breath. Water wants to come out, air wants to come out your nose. It's a crazy tough event that people kind of underestimate, I think.
Yeah, and I think that we see in our, you know, again in Ariane and Molly, very different swimmers. Molly, phenomenal skills. We have seen that time and time again, and she gains on Ariane. Definitely, you know, Ariane is a back-end swimmer as well, but as we saw at Olympic trials, she went out and then Molly gained on her, and it was all the underwaters that Molly does, just a phenomenal.
Yeah, we see her go in behind people and come out half a body length in front. It's not even just she catches up, she exceeds the race. And those are the skills that we're really trying to get for our junior athletes. So I think a lot of coaches watching races like this will be looking at those turns, looking at the capabilities on those underwaters. But also you have to know the extent of your athlete's ability. And that's where when you look at an athlete like Ariane, they're not trying to go as far underwater as Molly O. They know that Ariane isn't capable of going that underwater distance and being able to hold on to her stroke. So it's all about finding that balance of where is the sweet spot for you, how much momentum can you gain off it, and is it going to impact that lactic acid buildup overall too much, or can we find that bit that's just right?
And like these girls that have just done an incredible 200 freestyle, they're only 13 and 14. And as we go into the next heat, the same age. And talking about Molly and Ariane, I'm more than sure that Molly at this age was making a decision that her skills were going to be her strength in her races in years to come. And we've seen that. We've seen her over and over again win races with our underwaters, and we talk about it all the time in short course swimming, how imperative those underwaters actually are.
Yeah, I think if you've had the opportunity to watch some of those documentaries with our Olympians, one thing that stood out about Kyle Chalmers for me was he reflected on his races and noticed his starts weren't doing great, and his underwater fly kick wasn't doing well. So he actually worked with SASI, which is the South Australian Sports Institute, on his underwaters. Every time they came in, he didn't even want to work on stroke. It was just dolphin kick, just underwaters. And now when we see him swim short course and those races like the 200 free, which we've seen him go up into a lot more often, his skills are the best. Another example for me was Kaylee McEwen. She came to World Short Course here in Melbourne and we got to watch her race. She didn't do as well as probably people expected because she just got out-turned. Those skills weren't as good, whereas now she reflected on that. This is someone at a World Championship race. There's still room for improvement. So, you know, it's all about making that decision to create change and going through with it. it would be amazing to do it at the ages of 13 and 14, but don't discredit yourself if you are 16 or 17. There is still time. It just has to be that shift in mindset, and you actually have to go and do it. There's no magic pill, there's no secret potion in swimming. It's hard work, and it's focused hard work.
And it's the dedication on the skills, you know. You're not going to come into a race and magically be able to do 8 kicks off a wall or 15 metres off your start. It happens in the training, and it happens off every single wall. And you hear time and time again coaches saying on pool deck, work on your skills, work on your underwater. And there's a method to their madness. It's...
As much as we don't like to think our coaches know everything. Sometimes they do know a lot that we underestimate them for.
But coming into the wall here, it's been a great 200 freestyle from lane 2, Kelly Yuang, in a time of 2:22.02. Again, all these girls heading under their entry times. It's been the theme of the day.
And look at those green numbers on the board. That means every girl in that race lifted on that final 25 to bring it home strong. So they're really showcasing those great race skills, but also race plans, which are massive, massive, massive in these events.
And I think the beauty of this event is because it's so early in our calendar and all of these athletes are dropping so much time, they are most likely qualifying for events that they potentially haven't qualified yet. So we've got our Victorian Age Short Course Championships coming up, our Victorian Open Short Course Championships, but also our Victorian Country Championships. So all of these people and athletes may actually be qualifying for events that they haven't yet qualified for.
Absolutely. Now on that, we do have to give a massive shout out to Big Voice Media. They are the guys that help set up our live stream. They get all our cameras and our mics so we can have this fantastic commentary. And we are streaming via our YouTube channel for this event. So not only can athletes watch their races afterwards, parents can watch it live. It's super exciting to have these opportunities, and it's great for those coaches and swimmers to go back after the races and not only talk about what the coaches have seen, but the athletes can watch it. They can see themselves.
Yeah, obviously at the high level of swimming, we've got biomechanics, which are up there filming, you know, the elite races. But what this actually does, it gives the opportunity for these young athletes to experience that early. They get to watch their races. They get to see what the coach might actually be saying to them after their races. So it's great that we get to be able to do this and they get to go back and watch it.
And so often it's so different to how it feels for you. I mean, both of us swimmers ourselves, when you're in the water, things can feel like you're doing something one way, and then you look at it on camera or on video and it's completely the other. So just being able to connect what your coach is saying and what they are seeing to how you're feeling is massive.
100%. A lot of the time in a race, you feel like you're going absolutely max, your arms are going as fast as possible, and then you go back and watch the race and you go, I look like I'm not even trying. And it's interesting because it allows you to actually understand what your coach is saying to you. Lift your stroke rate, you know, into the wall, head into the wall, and you can see a lot of the time the turns, you roll over from backstroke and it's slow, but you feel like you think it's fast. So it's been some great swims here. Again, our board is green, which is great to see, but Amelia Grover in lane 2, that lane 2 is fast. It's been...
I think if I was racing today, I'd probably want to be over there. There's a lot of action coming from the far side of the pool.
Funnily enough, lane 2 was my lucky lane.
There you go. As we move on now to heat 4 of event 39, the women's 200-meter freestyle. We do have 11 heats in this event this afternoon. So a lot of girls doing this 200 free.
It's great to see. Obviously, we've got, you know, world record holders in this event in Ariane now, who just got it back off Molly. It's great to see. And, you know, out in lane 0, Amber Lark, very big swimming family, the Larks. You've got Harvey Lark, Archerlark and Amberlark, all at Caulfield
Just
Aquatic.
a big family by the sounds of
Big
it as
family.
well.
Love their swimming, and great to see all three siblings racing here today at 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships.
You know what I love about these swimming families is quite often we see, you know, siblings, one will be doing football and one will be off at swimming and the other one's off at netball or wherever it might be. But it's so nice to actually get everyone together at an event like this where we're all racing on the same day. Must be nice for parents to be able to
I was just about to say that. Conveniently, all the kids are here.
Doesn't happen all that much, so.
But speaking of Amber, she's actually having a great swim here out in lane 0. Does do a bit more sprint freestyle, but it looks like that she's, you know, she's working those turns, she's coming off the walls, and she's doing a great job.
Yeah, she's really swimming her own race over in lane 0. She's breathing to that wall side, so she can have a little bit of a watch of TV, but she's not really going to know where anyone else in the race is coming down that back leg of the race. Now, this lap is a little bit different because she gets to have a look across the pool and see that these girls in the middle, they really stepped it up in that third 50. So we know they're in the centre lanes. They have slightly faster entry times. We were expecting them to come through at some stage. And this is where they've decided to shift gears, but it's very close now. It looks like Kaylee Faulkner might have just secured that first place spot. Trying to go with her is Sophie Hole. We saw Sophie do a really good swim earlier today, one of those names that you just remember commentating, but it will be Kaylee there in lane 3, 2:18.95 to take out heat 4, just ahead of Sophie Hole, 2:19.54.
And that race was a great example of that second and third 50ing being so imperative in a 200 freestyle. It sets you up for that last final and fourth 50.
Now, swimming terminology can become a little bit tricky sometimes. This is a 200-metre race, which short course is 8 laps, which is 8:25s, but we often talk about it in 50s. How difficult is that when you're working with athletes who are like 11 and 12 to get those counts right?
Very hard. You know, we've seen this morning, we had our 800, that's 32 laps. Thankfully, we had our lovely club volunteers that were out there doing the lap counters, so you can have a bit of a look. But, you know, that shift from long course season to short course season, realising that you're actually doing double the amount of laps that you're used to. And it just, funnily enough, the pool doesn't actually look that much shorter when you're standing behind the block, even though it's half the length. So you do really have to concentrate, and you know, the best way I like to think about a 200 freestyle is it's your 450s. Even if you're in a short course pool, you're still talking in 50 metres. You don't start then talking 25s. You do in 100, that's different in a short course. But for a 200, if your race plan, you know, in a long course pool is to relax the first 50, build the second 50, and then go for it in the third 50, that language doesn't actually change into the short course season. The hundreds, however, it does change because you do it more in a 25 sort of aspect.
Yeah, I definitely think most of our swimming races can be broken down into quarters. I mean, other than your 1500, which is a little bit of a different race entirely again because it is so much longer than the rest of our pool swims, all our other races broken down into quarters. Even our 50-metre events are almost quarters in the fact that your dive start, that's the first quarter. That's the first thing you're thinking about. In short course, the next part is that turn onto the wall. Then your transition through and underwater becomes that third quarter and the really important part. And then our finish is the fourth. So for all of our athletes, it's those quarters. And we can think about it in respect to our other sports that are quarters as well. That first one, you're trying to get out there, you set yourself up. The second one, maintain momentum, don't drop away, don't ease up too much. Third quarter, premiership quarter, that's the one, the real work part of the race. And then everyone's going to be fighting it out in that final quarter. It doesn't matter who you are, you're going to be giving it absolutely everything you've got left to try and finish with as little energy left as possible.
And it's funny, even though we're talking about a 25-metre pool and a 50-metre pool, we actually still talk about 100 metres in a long course pool as 25s. It's that first 25, second 20. So you're very right there. We talk about it in quarters, and I think it just allows the brain to actually break it up better and understand that, you know, okay, I've hit my 25, I now need to build into my turn. And, you know, it's technical, and I'm sure if any of our parents are sitting there, they probably go, oh, there's a lot more to it than just hopping in and moving our arms and legs fast.
I always find it very entertaining, people who aren't from a swimming background talking about coaching and training, and they go, what, so you just stand there and watch them swim up and down? And I always get a pretty good laugh out of that one. No, we actually do structured training sessions. There's activation, there's a warm-up, there's probably a pre-main set, there's a main set, you have a little accessory afterwards, maybe a skill set. There's all different elements and aspects that go into training. And then on top of it, that's just the breakdown of the actual session, let alone each session has a different focus, and each week has a different focus. We talk about those macro and micro cycles. There's so much that goes into getting these athletes ready to perform on race day that sometimes even the athletes don't even realize themselves.
No, they don't. And I've had, you know, the pleasure of the last couple of years sort of seeing the other side of swimming, being a bit of an older athlete, and the work that actually goes into, one, running a club, two, being a head coach of a club, and how your role actually goes all the way down to the development squads and things like that. And I think that the behind the scenes work, like anything, it's not going to be showcased today in the pool. That's where the swimmers come and do their job. But the behind the scenes, it takes a community to actually get these kids to the point where they can get in and have a good crack.
Yeah, absolutely. They talk about it, it takes a village, and it truly does. And within Swimming Victoria, we're so thankful for all of those volunteers and those people in paid roles that come to work every day. They don't just do the job that they're kind of set out to do. They go above and beyond in every situation, from our club committees to our coaching staff to our HR staff and parents as well. You know, they play such an integral part of what's going on behind the scenes. So a massive, massive thank you to everyone involved within our clubs within Victoria. Especially, we are at our Victorian Metropolitan Championships. So our Metro clubs, massive, massive thank you to you guys for bringing your kids along and being here. And we've seen our backstroke ledge volunteers, we've seen our lap lane counter volunteers, and we're just so thankful that we have so many people who want to be a part of this group and this exciting event. So we are in heat 7 of 11. I really wanted to say 7-11. not a sponsor, but if you're listening, absolutely. But while we are talking about sponsors, we do need to give a couple of big shout outs. Our new major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli. So with over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. So big thank you to our major sponsor, Mattioli. This is your shout out. We appreciate all the work you do and the help you've given to Swimming Victoria to help us and allow us to run this incredible event here, the UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Championships 2024. But watching this race coming down under the flags, it's an absolute clean sweep from Zoe Gant here in lane 1. Led a lot of this race start to finish for a 2:12.04 there. Second was Kazia Lockwood in lane 4, 2:16.22, and Perry Franco in third, 2:17.23. We are starting to get to the pointy end of these 200-metre freestyle. Not too many heats left to go. We are beginning to see some quicker and quicker times. We do have some exciting swimmers to look forward to. A couple more of our national medalists competing later on in at heat 11.
As we come into the wall now in for heat 8, it looks like it will be a lane 6 there. We actually have a dead heat there, which is the first dead heat of the day. Lane 6 and lane 7 both going to 13.88. In the water now, we have heat 9 of 11, so we're starting to see faster and faster times here. A thing I love about short course swimming is that the dive and the first turn are so close to each other that we do see a bit of a blanket thrown over that first 25 turn, but then coming into the 50 here, we see athletes pull away like Aaliyah and Mary have. Aaliyah with great turns, which is so imperative in the short course season. You can really gain or lose speed with those turns. Coming into this 100-metre turn, 1:03, that is fast, and the girls are really pushing them along. Aaliyah Wong, Mary Still and Eve Anderson over there having a great swim so far, but we'll see who really gains in this third 50, the most important 50 of a 200-metre swim. It's where races are won and lost. That was a great 50 by Aaliyah Wong. As I said, the third 50 is the most important 50, and we've just seen that there. You can really put a lot of distance on the rest of the swimmers by really pushing that third 50. We can see now, heading into this last 25 metres, she's put on the afterburners. Her legs are kicking, her arms are stroking, and she's now 10 metres away from finishing after a great dominant swim. So she'll get her hand on the wall first in a 2:11.76, with Jordan and Kate coming in second and third there. As we head into the 10th heat of this 200 freestyle, great to see so many athletes giving this 200 freestyle a go. It looks like Ashley Dunn, who we did see earlier in the 400 IM, great backup from her. Turns first, under 30. She looks good, she looks powerful, she looks strong, and it looks like she's gonna be leading at that 100-metre mark. Again, her turns are great. She's not breathing off the turn, which means the momentum from the turn, our fastest part of our swimming, is underneath the water, off the turns and off the dive. So to continue that momentum, you'll see them not breathe. In freestyle swimming, taking a breath slows you down, so you'll see a lot of swimmers in this 200 probably breathing 2s and 4s, but in something like a 50-metre freestyle, you'll see that a lot of athletes try and only take one breath, or if they can, they take none. But Ashley's doing great here. She's being challenged by lane 8 by Brianna. With 50 metres to go, we know Ashley can really back up her races. She's done the 400 IM. She's now in the 200-metre freestyle, but she looks comfortable. She's lifted her stroke rate here, coming into that last 25 metres. It's a good battle on here for second and third in this race. Ashley's looking good, but Brianna's not giving up, and it's going to be who gets on that wall first. And it is Brianna with a blistering last 25 in a time of 2:05.76, and Ashley in a time of 2:05.99. That's great swims from those girls, again under the times that they have been entered in by quite a large margin. We now head into our 11th and final heat of the 200-metre freestyle. Okay, so our 11th and final heat We've seen Giselle Davey come and win that 50-metre freestyle this morning after she did have training this morning. She's on the Junior Pan Pacs team, and personally, my favourite race of hers was at a national championships this year on the Gold Coast. Her 200-metre freestyle, winning that, going under 2 minutes, the one that put her on the team. She tends to go out hard in her races. That's how she races. The other thing that I love about Giselle is her skills. She's got great underwaters. She's not breathing off that turn. And she's gone out hard and fast here like she does in the 100 metres. She's turning in a 58.51. That's the fastest we've seen this afternoon. Turning in second there, Kiara Jess. She's only 13 years old. We've seen her over the last 12 months really come through, and I think as a 13-year-old, taking it to some of these older swimmers is so impressive. Giselle coming into her last 50. Looks great, looks comfortable. Very excited to watch her in Canberra at the Junior Pan Pacs in late August. It's going to be a battle for that second and third. I think Giselle does have this race well and truly under her belt with 25 metres to go. I love the race that's going on between 5 and 6. So Greta Seville, Arabella Tomlinson, Giselle coming down onto that wall, 2:01.03, and second and third there, Greta and Arabella.
We move along now to event 40. This is the men's 13 and over 200 metre freestyle. We once again have 9 heats in this event. In the water, heat 1. Peter Dimitriadis over in lane 2, setting the pace in the first 25 here. Looking pretty smooth there as well. Nice long strokes. Some quick turns from the boys over in 5 and 6. Keep an eye on those skills later in the race. It's one thing to do a good turn off the first wall, but it's what you can do off that 7th one that's really going to count. As we turn for that final 50, Peter is still your leader over on the far side of the pool. Swimming out of lane 2, Andrew Spencer in lane 7. He shifted himself up into that 2nd position. The boys have one final lap remaining. Not a lot between 2nd and 3rd. 3 seconds out in front is Peter Dimitriadis. as he comes under the flags. I don't think they're going to catch him. Looks like Andrew Spencer might hang on for that second place. Marco French really coming back at him, but it will be Peter Demetriadis there, 2:15.91. He'll take out heat 1 of event 40. Couple of names we've seen race earlier this afternoon here. Harold Zhu in 4 had a ripper of a swim from an early heat in the previous event, and it looks to be setting up nicely to do the same thing again here as these boys come through into that halfway turn. Harold Zhu in 4, swimming for MLC Aquatic, is your leader. Nice little battle out in lanes 1 and 2 between William Morrison and Lane Thwaites. Those boys are side by side, absolutely nothing separating them. Just starting to bring those legs in a little bit more as we turn for that home leg, the last 50. That little battle on the far side. Looks like Lane just securing that second place spot by about a second and a half now. Starting to put on the back burners as we come down to that final wall. Nice underwater there for Harold. Lane Thwaites really attacking, but he's got a lot of work to do to make up the ground that Harold Zhu set earlier on in this 200 freestyle. And we come down to touch. It is 2:13.04 for Harold. Lane goes 2:14.98, and Sebastian Flowers in lane 7 finished superbly there, 2:19.20. Boys in heat 3 here, going out with a little bit more pace, a bit harder on those legs early on. 200 freestyle, definitely not one in that first 50 though. Zachary Chan in lane 3 from Hunting Tower Swimming Club. He is your leader at this early stage. Jaden Zeng in 1. Sitting in second place, swimmer from Ringwood Swimming Club. Nice to see a few of those smaller clubs represented here, with some swimmers doing some great times at our UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Championships. as our boys turn with 50 metres left to swim. Your leader is still Zachary Chan from Hunting Tower out of lane 3. Campbell Mills making a bit of a late run here, trying to close the gap, as is Tommy Hun in lane 6. It's very close between those two for second and third. Don't know if they're going to have enough pool length to run down Zachary Chan. He's run away with it in a time of 2:09.97. That's a great swim from Zachary. Tommy will steal that second place spot, 2:11.37, just ahead of Campbell, 2:11.75. Those impressive times coming out of Heat 3, just to compare, are quicker than the entry times of Heat 4. So these guys are going to need to drop some personal bests if they want to move up in their rankings at the end of today's 200 freestyle. Nice race in 4, 5 and 6 here. Callum Otto, Tom Hussey and Ethan Ji-Hong Lee. Almost synchronized on that tumble turn going into the wall. 0.15 just separating all three boys. You can just see them having a bit of a look where the others are sitting, trying to hold on. It's so much easier to race one another when you've got someone right next to you to push you along. And if you can just stick with them, that last leg is going to be a lot easier than trying to make up ground if you fall behind. So we've just seen Callum Otto push through. He's turned in front now, about 0.9 ahead, just off that third 50. Ethan Ji-Hong Lee starting to make his move now as well, but Callum looks like he's got the last of the legs left as he brings in that massive 6-beat kick down our final 25 metre. As he comes under the flags here, 5 metres left to swim, and it is going to be a great time. 2:08.60 for Callum, 2:09.98 for Ethan, and Tom Hussey in third there, 2:11.97. So it looks like we're just having a little bit of a problem with our scoreboard. Don't pay too much attention to it. We do have backup timing systems in place. No one's going to lose their time. But these boys are going to be a little bit confused when they look up. Taking out that heat 5. It was Ashton Robinson from Cheltenham Swimming Club. And we move on now to heat 6 of the boys 200-metre freestyle. This is a speedy swim from heat 6, William KO, 2:03.09, just in front of Archie Bonga there, 2:04.62. They are some huge drops in time from these boys to set the pace here as we come into heat 7 of 9. Some nice underwaters there from the middle of the pool. Hunter Mace, Josh Wachowski. We saw Josh time that 400 IM earlier to perfection. 200 freestyle, a bit of a different kettle of fish here. Can't afford to go out quite as cruisily as he did in that 400. You've got to put the pressure on a little bit earlier as Brian Zeng is over in lane 2. So those MLC boys out together. They're facing each other on this lap, so a little bit of a look when they breathe. So coming down on this final leg, and it's the two MLC boys. They have absolutely smashed this well under that 200 mark. 154.94 for Josh there. 155.75 for Brian. We've just got 2 heats left in this event now. Heat 8 on the blocks. Alrighty, these boys coming up to the halfway point here. Tight race at the top end. Daniel Svidoris in lane 5. Harry Heath in 8. They've both gone out quickly. 54.92, 55.02. Setting themselves up for a fast 200. We did see in the last heat 2 of our athletes going under that 200 mark, 154 and 155 respectively from the MLC Aquatics boys. They've thrown down the gauntlet. Now it's time for Surrey and Nunna wanting to try and follow suit. And they're going to be trying to shake up this last heat, make them start to worry about what is happening in these earlier ones. Our fastest entry times here, sitting around that 148 for Liam and 150 for Tommy. So the Cheltenham boys coming up, they're the ones to keep an eye on. But it's anyone's game here as we come down to touch. Daniel, 152.42, just narrowly ahead of Harry Heath, 153.53. Nice, easy time to remember in the future there. They take over as our fastest 2 swims in this event this morning. Now, I have just heard a little bit of, not gossip, but information about this final heat. I think for the race of 200 freestyle, definitely keep your eye on closer to the center of the pool, but we're going to have something interesting happening out in lane 9, Sean.
Yes, I just went to the bathroom earlier and ran into Callum Halloran-Lavelle's coach, who did say that he was going to do a 200 individual medley in this freestyle. So the 200 freestyle or any freestyle race, you are allowed to actually do a different stroke as long as the officials know, because they do have to officiate whatever stroke you have decided to do. So
not only did he just do butterfly in that first 50, but he's actually turned in second.
Yeah, he's a great IMer, Callum, and I wouldn't be surprised if he'll be up with the other swimmers right until the breaststroke leg, I believe.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be hard to match pace doing breaststroke against freestyle. As we turn at the 100-metre mark, Liam Malloy is your leader, 53.71. Not far behind is Harvey Lark. Bit of good rivalry between those 2 boys in this race.
Yeah, obviously the 2 in, so lane 5 and lane 7, Tommy Lane and Harvey Lark, teammates on the, but also competitors on the Trinidad Youth Commonwealth Youth Champion Commonwealth Games last year. So, but Liam Malloy, we've seen him a bit, putting in a good swim, really getting challenged also by lane 2, Harry Hay, Harvey Lark. I actually think this is going to be a great last 25.
It's going to be a quick swim as well. Liam's turned first there. 13.96 on that leg of the 200, so picked up the pace coming into that final lap. It's going to go under that 150 mark here, 149.70. Really nice swim for this late in the evening. He's had another couple of races earlier on, so backing it up really, really well. Harvey Lark will take second there, 151.81. But definitely worth a mention, Callum Heller and Laval there, 203.58 for a 200 IM. It's a spicy swim.
It's not bad, is it? So obviously had a little bit of space between him and the freestylers. There was a spare lane there, so he actually wasn't that far behind for someone who did three other different strokes.
Absolutely not, definitely. A nice change of pace here as we move on to event 41. This is the women's 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. Metre breaststroke, 4 laps. It is a sprint in our breaststroke events. Short course, so those underwaters are pretty much imperative in this race. Difference in breaststroke compared to our other events, in all of our other 3 strokes, you have that 15-metre rope that comes into play. Means off every single wall, start and turn, you are only allowed to stay underwater until that 15-metre mark. Then you must be up and swimming. In breaststroke, you get the opportunity to complete 1 full split stroke. So that is the bit of technical element that we see happening under the water off each wall. And it doesn't really matter how far you get as long as you only complete 1 of them. So that 15-metre rope is no longer in play. With heat 1 there being taken out by Charlotte Mitchell in a time of 1:25.94 to set us up. As the girls come into this halfway mark here, leading us around will be Zoe Skepper, 39.01. Not too far behind her, coming from lane 2, was Emma Grave. This 3rd lap, we start to see those athletes try and pick up the pace in this breaststroke, that stroke rate, so the speed in which our arms and legs are completing their rotations is going to be slightly faster as they try to sit up higher in the water and really push through into this final leg. It is still Zoe Skepper as your leader.
It's a great swim here from lane 5, Zoe Skepper. She really led the whole way, and a great touch there of a time of 1:24.14, and then not far behind her, Stella, 1:24.50.
Now, this is a name we don't really see in 100 breaststroke. Lucy Doyle in lane 5. Absolute speedster, but way more known for her long-distance freestyle. I got the opportunity to speak to her before the beginning of this race, and she actually just giggled at me.
I think when you go into a race, you don't race often. It is a bit humorous. I'm sure that before, when we saw Robbie Dillison get up for his 50 free, he thought, great. But you know what? They do really
isn't
well.
That funny to watch. This is incredible. The pace in which this youngster is swimming this 100 breaststroke. She's turned first by 3 seconds at the 3/4 mark. She's got less than 15 meters left to swim. She doesn't look like she's slowing down at all. That distance background really helping her throughout this last leg.
And I think when you do a race that you haven't done often, you are more relaxed about the race because you're having fun. And I know for a lot of athletes, the best swims that they've ever had is having fun and being relaxed. So I think that that's what comes with doing a race. You don't do that often.
And there was a nice little smile at the end there from Doily. So she's happy with that one. Great swim from her in heat 3. We move along now to heat 4 of 9.
All right, we head into heat 4 of 9. These girls have had a great first 25. Pulling away though in this 25 though is lane 2, Isabel Neeson. She's having a great first 50, but it is lane 5, Catherine Andres, that turns first at a time of 37.95. It's pretty close, this heat. That's the great thing about our timed finals is the entry times of all these athletes are close. And so we are seeing more and more often close races, close finishes, and it looks like this race is going to follow that trend. Coming down now to the final 10 meters of this race, and it looks like it's going to be Catherine Andres, who did turn first at the 50 meters, down onto the wall with a good touch in a time of 1:19.67. Again, all these girls are going under their entry times or close to. Again, we're in heat 5 here, and it is a close race coming into that 50-meter wall, but it looks like lane 1, Tess Flanagan, is going to take out the 50 meters in a time of 37.10.
Yeah, lane 4, Lucinda Draper, not far behind there, 0.4 between them. Good turns from both the girls, so they've come out of that wall nicely. Eliza Connolly in between the two in lane 2. She's starting to make a little bit of a push through in this third lap, closing that gap, but it will be the two girls, absolutely nothing separating them here. 1/100th of a second. It's going to be a race right down to that final touch by the looks of it.
Yeah, this has been a close race the whole way through, and they're coming under the flags. Now it's going to be who times their finish the best. And it looks like it will be Lucinda Draper at a time of 1:18.12, but not far behind her was Tess and then Eliza Connolly. Heat 6 in the water now. Looking like lane 2 has actually had a great
lane
start.
2 again. There is something in the water over in that lane 2.
Good underwaters, a high stroke rate, coming high out of the water so that there's not much drag. But I think there are some swimmers that are starting to catch up to her.
Yeah, a little bit of an outsider coming through on that second 25 there. Charisse Chan in lane 9. Swing for CA Tritons. We also had a good lap there by Vivian Wong in 7. And those centre lanes now starting to catch up too. So all down to this final 25 who can get that good split stroke off the wall. Lane 6 had a great turn there.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about splitting your race into quarters. It's the same with this 100 metres. You can see that the girls have different race tactics coming down into the touch. It will be Bethany Forster in a time of 1:20.05. She really came over the top there in the end.
Absolutely, that final turn and underwater just set her up for a great last lap, and it's proved to be super helpful and get her the win. So we move on to Heat 7.
Heat 7 in the water with their last 25 metres to go, and it is lane 5. Yu-Zi Liu, who is having a great swim here from Surrey Park.
Yeah, Annabelle Taylor and Lucy Roberts trying to attack from lane 7 and 8, but they're not going to catch her. She's going to go 1:18.04 to take out Heat 7.
So we head into our final 2 heats of this 100-metre breaststroke. We've got Heat 8 in the water, and all girls across the pool have had great starts heading into this first turn. You'll notice in this race here, we have different styles of breaststroke. We've got lane 7 who has a really long glide and a slower stroke rate compared to someone in lane 3 who is got a high stroke rate and not as long of a glide.
Absolutely. That can be due to the strength where that lies in the athlete, so whether they are stronger on their legs or their upper body. It can also be a little bit to do with the differences in height, so that length of your arms or the length of your legs.
This is a great swim from Amelia Otto from Caulfield Aquatics.
She's just absolutely stepped it up in this final 25. She said, see you later to all the other girls, and away she's gone. So 1:14.57, just timed really well. It's really great following that race plan. She set it up smooth, built in that pace, built in that rate, and then just lifted and came home like a speedster.
Yeah, and took a couple of seconds off the time that she was entered with, which is just great to see for a young 16-year-old.
Which brings us now to our 9th and final heat of the women's 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. Some really long underwaters there. Some of those girls coming up around the 13, 14 metre mark, which is great to see, especially for some of the ages in this race. We've got 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds, really showcasing some good skills early on. Maddie Horvath in lane 4, already pushing out into the lead. It's a bit of a race between those Nunawading girls in this first 50. Jess Wilson taking it out quickly as well.
I was just about to say, it's actually quite rare to see a backstroker doing breaststroke. It's not a mix that you usually see.
I always thought it's rare to see any breaststroker in another race, or anyone who doesn't do breaststroke in breaststroke.
Yeah, she's actually doing quite well here.
It seems to be working for her. Farida Taha from Surrey Park in 3 had a really nice third 25 there. I don't think she's done quite enough to catch up to Madeline Horvath, but Jess Wilson might stick it out here for that third place spot. It will come down to that touch. I have a feeling she might be over that 1:14 we saw in the heat before, so just remember those times. That is your placing.
Yeah.
No matter if you're in this fast heat or not.
Amelia Otto in the heat prior to that did go 1:14, so she will get the third place there.
Underway now, we have event 42. This is the men's 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. We have 10 heats of our boys this afternoon in the water heat 1.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to watch that heat number 10. We've got Daniel Cave, who's been around for a while now, been on a couple of Australian teams. And then we also have Jacob Nimmo and Nicholas Stupas, who are our young ones coming through on that junior Pan Pacs team from the 21st to 24th of August in Canberra.
What I think is super cool is if you look at some of these later heats here, we've got a few of those youngsters who get the chance to actually race these boys. So not only are they getting the chance to race against these super fast athletes who they know have done really well at a national championships or within Victoria, but who have now been selected onto teams, and they're going to get these experiences to go away and come back more knowledgeable and pass on that stuff and that information to these junior swimmers.
In this race, it was lane 2, Rui Yong Fong, who took out the win there with a 1:23.85.
That was a very speedy first lap from Yixin Jiang out in lane 8. The swimmer from Nunawading took it out in 15.32. Doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. He's really set the pace here. It is only a 100 metre event, so if you are clear of the rest of the field by 4 seconds after the first half, that's going to be a very, very challenging race to catch up in.
I don't think anyone will be catching up 4 seconds in this race, and this boy is only 13 years old, so he's got a long journey left in his swimming career. These are really great positive signs for the future of Victorian swimming.
So it was a great swim there by Easton, who just took off 12 seconds from his entry time. Just talking to his coach Hayden then. Pretty happy with that swim.
I don't know about you, Kalia, but I would love to drop 12 seconds off a race at some point in my life.
I think I'd just love to be able to swim 100 breaststroke, to be honest, Sean. I don't know about taking off 12 seconds.
Yeah, sitting here commentating the breaststrokes, neither of us were much breaststrokers, were we?
I wouldn't say the best. As a junior, I'm gonna have a humble brag of I won a 50-meter breaststroke. I did win a state 50-meter breaststroke.
But that was it.
That was about 100 years ago. So I'm pretty sure the 8-year-olds go faster than the time I did back then, these days. Breaststroke has improved so much though over the years. We've had a few different changes to the rules now as well. Most recently that on the touch. It used to have to be, still have to be synchronized, but our hands used to be at the exact same height, and they've actually changed that. Do you think that's going to have an impact on the times that we're seeing? Just because athletes don't have to think so much about really nailing that touch onto the wall?
I think definitely it will, because you think about that top and bottom hand being in different positions. You can actually use it as a bit of a lever rather than pushing in the same direction. So I think that, plus also for them to be able to go past 15 metres on the dive, it's the only stroke that allows it. You know, I think that those subtle changes have actually allowed the breaststroke over the years. We look at someone like Adam Peaty just take massive steps in time drops in the world.
As we just saw Leon there take out heat 3. We move along to heat 4 of our men's 100-metre breaststroke. Some more fast reaction times in this heat as well. Some 0.3s and 0.4s. Just to put it into perspective, I know in my races the goal was to be sitting anything under 0.6 was a pretty fast reaction time.
Yeah, definitely. In the races that I did do where I wasn't doing backstroke, you know, it was definitely trying to get under that 0.6. Backstroke's a little bit different. You're in the water, you're closer to the water, so you're trying to get under that 0.5. Slight bit of a difference. But yeah, the reaction time in races like 100 metres and 50s are just that little bit that can get you over the edge.
And as we've seen today, those hundredths of a second are so important as the boys turn now for their final lap here in this 100 breaststroke. Leading us around was Brian Wong in lane 5, the swimmer from Nunawading. Not far behind him, Alexander High in lane 6 from MLC. And a really good swim from Kai Witt out in lane 9. Might just sneak in for that third here. He does, but it will be Brian 1:13.60 to take out heat 4.
Heat 5 in the water now with a great start from lane 2. Daniel, great start, but also in lane 0 as well. So those two swimmers really working on their start and their first 25, but yet again, Daniel has lifted.
I don't know what just happened then, Sean. It looks like he just stopped in the middle.
I'm not sure if he lost his goggles a bit or they went back on. I'm not sure, but he did just stop for a second.
It's going to cost him a little bit of time there. He was absolutely flying down the pool. Now, this is something I often talk about with my swimmers, is what you do if you lose your goggles. We have seen some interesting races with Nithik earlier choosing to not even race with them in the beginning. And I've seen a lot of swimmers at training who stop to fix their goggles. And as a coach, I like to say, never stop in the middle of the lap. You always finish the lap, finish the set, finish what you're doing, and then fix them, because it can happen to anyone and it can happen at any time.
It can, and I think that's just what's happened here. He lost his goggles. I think they actually flipped up and came back on when we saw him stop, and then again it happened with almost 25 metres to go. So you got to practice it. A lot of the times coaches, you know, might throw in a bit of a curveball and say, righto, you're doing this 50 without your goggles on, because it happens.
Yeah, setting those athletes up for all different possibilities and things that could or might just happen is really important. I think it's been really interesting with the Olympics occurring at the moment. A lot of the athletes in the village having issues with the beds. So, you know, practicing, what if you're at a competition and you're not staying in your normal bed, you don't have your normal pillow, you're not surrounded by all those familiar things. Just how do you race coming off the back of those differences? And
yeah, definitely. You definitely do. And I think it's something that, you know, coaches really try and reassure to swimmers is that things aren't going to go the way you want them to go. And I won't lie, looking at a lot of those videos, those beds aren't great over at the Olympics. And, you know, some sports and the Australian team and other teams are very fortunate to be able to put, you know, those mattresses on top of the beds. But other countries may not have that luxury, and you just got to deal with what you get.
100%, and these athletes are showing us just that, pushing through as they come down here. Anjay Lamb, 111.53. He'll be our winner of Heat 6. Not too far behind was William Lewis over in lane 2, 112.29. So we move along now to Heat 7. Don't forget, we have 10 heats of our boys, so an extra one to the girls. Really exciting that swimming is one of those sports where we actually tend to see a lot of equality between the number of male athletes and female athletes we have.
Definitely, and I think, you know, on our Australian Olympic team, we've got 50% female, 50% male. I think it's one of the sports that really have never had a problem with female and male participation and equal pay and things like that. We've been really fortunate as a country and a sport to have equal female and male opportunities. As we come into this final turn, lane 6, Alfie Graves having a great swim here. It's very even across the rest of the field. Out in lane 0, Andre Talarico also having a good swim. So the two Nunawading boys in here having great swims, and a 107.95 and 108.88 are two fast swims that we have seen this afternoon in the 100-metre breaststroke. Now, we saw him in the 50 freestyle, and we did say that he was a distance open water swimmer. But I do know Robbie Dillison has dabbled in a bit of breaststroke over his time.
Dabbled in a bit of breaststroke is probably not a phrase you hear all that often, Sean. But that dabbling seems to be paying off. He's looking the goods early on here. Now, I can't imagine he'd have too much of an issue with the second half of this race.
I don't think so. I think he'll have the aerobic capacity to come back in that second 50. So I wouldn't be surprised if Robbie takes out this 100-metre breaststroke. But don't disregard next to him, Darwin having a great race as well. And maybe it's because Robbie has taken him out.
100%. It's one of those things in a sprint. It's so easy to get caught up in what other people are doing, and sometimes it can really be beneficial. Sometimes it might not work for you. Fortunately, in a race like 100, there's not a lot of room to get over-tired and over-fatigued. So going out that little bit quicker is going to be often more helpful than not, as Robbie touches there 104.64. Darwin in second, 106.13.
And And that time, 104, as we saw him do in the 50 as well, would actually put him in that last heat. We head into our second last heat, 9 of 10. All boys having a great start and split stroke there, but it looks like lane 5 has had the best of all the good starts, Thomas Greenwood.
Yeah, Tom's taken it out pretty quickly there. He's got a nice high stroke rate early on. We'll see if he can hang on in that second 50. He looks to have actually lengthened his stroke a bit better on that second lap, so might have eased into this race a little bit.
Now
so look for those walls.
We saw lane 7, Milo Dressel-De Bruyn earlier in the 400 IM, so we know he has the back-end speed to come home strong.
Yeah, he's shifted gears on this third lap. He's moved himself up into 6th. Whether or not he can quite push through to the front of the field, it is still Tom Greenwood leading us. Coming at him, though, is Eugene 2 in lane 3, as is Max Malone in 8. He fights it out. Bit of a glide onto that finish as well there, Tom. 105.81. Bit of a nod of the head there. He's happy with that.
As we head into our final heat here, heat 10, Joshua Senior not in this race, so it opens the field a little bit more for a couple of our youngsters. So as we mentioned before, Jacob Nimmo and Nicholas Stupas heading off to our junior Pan Pacs in Canberra, and then also Daniel Cave in the middle there. He was on the 2017 World Championships team, took a bit of a time away from the sport, and now has come back over the last 12 months.
Yeah, I've really loved watching DC make his bit of a comeback here into the sport. Always nice to have returning athletes. Don't forget, we've got some other big names in here who've just swum such incredible races. Lachlan Chan, national medalist as well. So that just shows you the depth in this Victorian breaststroke.
And Kieran Jasingi there, he's been around for a while as well. But it looks like Daniel Cave will come into the last 2 meters with a good finish, 1:00.97. Next to him, Lachlan Chan, 1:01.73, and coming in third there, Jacob Nimmo with a 1:01.97.
Some fast times from the boys. Lockie with that really nice last lap, but DC too good on the turn, Sean.
Yeah,
really
and that
pushed
comes
into those walls.
That comes with the experience. He's older. He's been through, you know, a couple of Olympic cycles now, and he's got training partners like Nick Stupas and Jacob Nimmo to actually push him, but also for him to give those young people advice and watch how the best of the best train.
100% as we move along now into a bit of a fun event that we have only in our short course season. So this is event 43, the 13 and over 100 meter IM. Now, 100 IM, it's an absolute sprint, okay? It is 4 laps, 1 of each stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle. So just 25 meters to go as hard as you can. And then we have all of those changeovers, so the fly to back, the back to breast, and the breast to free. Now, they become the most important part of this race, really, don't they?
Definitely. The turns in this race are so important. It's such a sprint. You're changing muscle groups every 25 meters, and probably the 2 most important turns are your back to breaststroke and then your breaststroke to freestyle. So nailing those turns, nailing the underwaters, and really finishing strong. Just like we see here, Amelia Greaves has had a great breaststroke. She touched first and then came out further in front due to that freestyle leg.
She also had a fantastic dive off the blocks. So you could see her reaction was better than the other girl. She was in the air before them, nice and high. So all those little skill elements really working well for Amelia there. She takes out heat 1 in a time of 1:16.04.
It's heat 2 of 17 of the 100 medley here at the UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships. So with vaping on the rise in Australia over the past few years, a range of public health responses have emerged to tackle this complex issue in multiple ways. The UNCLOUD campaign is one of them. Swimming Victoria has partnered with Vic Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. With more and more young people vaping every year, UNCLOUD creates space for young people to hear from their peers, to share their experiences, thoughts and feelings, to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vapes and see vaping for what it is. But more importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other of the horrors of vaping. Visit uncloud.org to find out more. What a great campaign.
I think it's so fantastic, and for the Victorian swimming to really be allied with it, a sport that is so much about your health and your well-being and your lung capacity as well.
Especially the lung capacity.
Absolutely. You know, we're starting to see these vapes trickle down all the way into primary schools, which is really sad. It seems like it's almost becoming cool or fun because people don't understand there's actual risks and massive risks associated with it, especially kids. You know, it's such a great campaign to be a part of, so we're really excited for our partnership with this UNCLOUD campaign, and we're so happy that they are our naming sponsor for all our short course events.
Another great partnership that Swimming Victoria has once again partnered with is Initial Hygiene for the 2024-25 season to join the Washroom Dignity Initiative, where they will be offering free menstruation products in the female indoor change rooms throughout this event. What a great initiative to have for our females who we all know are at menstruation age.
100%. We have so many of these junior athletes, and it can be something that's really daunting, especially with those extra nerves and things that happen when we come to big competitions. Sometimes these things are a bit unexpected, and it can be a big thing to have to go and ask someone. So providing these products for free in our change rooms just takes away that stress, just takes away that embarrassment factor. Not that it's something we should be embarrassed about. I mean, we were just talking about the fact that 50% of our athletes are female, and this is something that we deal with in everyday life. So it's just such an awesome partnership to be a part of, and I was so happy when I found out that SwimVic was getting on board with the Washroom Dignity project. I'm not sure whether it's 1 or 2 seasons now that we've done it for, but it's been around for a while, and it's just so great that we continue that support and that partnership.
And as a female who struggles with things like endometriosis or PCOS and all those women health issues that have come out sort of in that last 5 to 10 years, it's very prominent. I myself have endometriosis, and to know that at any point something unexpected might happen, but I have the products in the change rooms, especially in a sport like swimming. We're in bathers. It's just, I just think it's great, and I think it's really inclusive of the females and, as you said, the 50% of females in our sport.
Exactly, and I think that's the main thing. It's making it inclusive, you know, in a situation that otherwise an athlete might just go home, you know. They don't have the strength to ask someone else, or they're too nervous, or whatever it might be, and that causes them to actually leave and be unable to participate. That's not what we want at all. So this takes away that aspect of it, and it means that everyone can participate in these championships and have the best time and not have to stress or worry.
Yeah, it's a great initiative. We'll bring you back to the swimming now. It is lane 5 coming in strongly at the finish. Kelly Yuang 1:14.80. Lots of these 100 medley heats, as we said. 100 medley or 100 IM. Short course only, doesn't happen in long course. Pure sprinting, changing different muscle groups every 25, changing different strokes every 25, and it's exciting to watch.
Exactly. There are 17 heats of our women in this event, and a lot of that is to do with the fact that we do only get to race at short course, so any chance that you can get to participate in this event, people want in. You know, they want to improve, we want to get PBs, we want a chance to swim it, but we can't really do it long course.
No, so sometimes you have to wait a year pretty much to go and do this event again. And it doesn't matter if you're a distance swimmer, butterflyer, backstroker, breaststroker, freestyle, it doesn't matter what you do, everyone loves 100 IM. So it's why you'll see so many heats here in the 100 IM, and lead changes often because strengths and weaknesses are really shown in this event. Some will be stronger at breaststroke, some will be stronger at butterfly, but you've got to use those strengths and weaknesses to your best ability.
Exactly. When we come down to those nitty-gritty final heats where there's absolutely nothing separating first and 10th, we're going to see change after change after change in every single lap. Every element is going to be important. And not only are you going to be seeing changes at the end of the lap, they're going to be occurring throughout the lap. So whoever touches first on the wall might not come off the wall first, and they still might not be first as they hit the next wall. It can change in the blink of an eye.
And that was a great swim by Jemima Collins there, 1:16.05, and a great battle with Emily next to her for the final 25 metres. In heat 6 here, down this last 10 metres, it is lane 5. Amelia taking it out, heading into the wall, and it will be her in a time of 1:15.13. Heat 7 of 17 in the water now. A really great start from lane 7 there, Yolanda Wu.
Now, we saw Yolanda do a really great finish as well in her last event to overtake one of the other swimmers right on that wall. So we know she's going to finish strong. She's set it out very quickly. She's still leading us through in this backstroke. The breaststroke is the one I always start to worry a little bit if someone is leading at this point, whether or not they can hang on. But hopefully for Yolanda, she's having a great swim so far. So we'll see what she can do in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, backstroke and breaststroke don't tend to be strong together for athletes. It tends to be one or the other, but we could be proven wrong here from Yolanda, who actually is also having a great breaststroke leg.
We did see a really good leg from the other side of the pool. In lane 2, Logan Shelley, she flew down that breaststroke, made up a lot of ground, but it's not going to be enough. Yolanda is going to take out heat 7. So we wait for that time to pop up on the board. 1:13.49. Logan Shelley 1:13.92. And it was Catherine Andres in third there, 1:15.21. The girls get underway now in heat 8. It's a bit of a race of the training partners. 2 YPW girls in 0 and 1 there. We've also got 2 Nunawading girls next to each other, 2 Melbourne Vic Centre swimmers and 2 Surrey Park swimmers. It's all the pair-ups, all the match-ups, so all those girls that you get the opportunity to swim with every day. And we come on to race day, and how important are those rivalries? Do you really feel like they make you better? Like, what's the environment like going into a race racing next to someone you know?
Well, I think it's because you know exactly how they train, and you actually know where their weaknesses and strengths are, and so you can use that a little bit to your advantage. So it makes it a bit more fun race, but I also think it really teaches you that aspect of sportsmanship. They're your teammate. You have to respect them, and when you race them, it's a congratulations that needs to happen at the end, no matter who you are. You look at Ariane and Molly, 2 best in the world, respectful towards each other when they finish their race.
As we come down to the finish of heat 8, it will be Madison Brown, 1:11.92. She flew out and flew home there to take out that heat 8, second place there.
And I might add, even though we are at the back end of this evening's session, we are still dropping 4 seconds off our entry times.
I feel like we seem more tired than these swimmers. These guys are up and firing. I'm sitting here with my energy drink.
Yes, I've been sitting here since 8:30 this morning, and I've witnessed so many of these athletes time and time again racing race after race after race, and it's made me tired just thinking about it.
I feel like I've swum 17 heats of 100 IM, to tell you the truth. As Elsa Wang there in lane 1 leads us through heat 9, swimming for Melbourne Swimming Club. Elsa's training, I felt, has really picked up lately. She's been working super hard, as Sean was saying earlier. It is that time of year. This is where the work gets done, not only for short course season, but we're already preparing for long course.
100%. Swimming never stops, and short course season is that time where you get to work on your skills, work on your race strategies, and Elsa Wang there in a great time of 1:10.90 will take that heat 9 out. Heat 10 here of 17, and it's quite an even field in this backstroke leg. Great to see all the clubs here today from Metropolitan Victoria. So many different clubs here.
Yeah, we've got such a great turnout at this competition. So many athletes competing. There's over 1,000 swimmers competing across about 4,000 splashes overall. So 1,146 swimmers across these 2 days. 4,276 swims overall, and represented by 49 clubs across just Metropolitan Victoria. So that is absolutely huge.
And with those around 1,000 athletes, but 4,000 entries, it means athletes are doing multiple events, on average 4 events over the 2 days.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal when you put it into that perspective of the average amount of races is over 4. That's just the average. So you've got a few juniors who are probably not going to be doing that amount, which means there's some of our swimmers who are doing well over that across 2 days of competing. It's big.
It is big, and you know, we're talking about 2 days. We're actually talking for juniors only the morning sessions, and then the seniors only the afternoon sessions. So it's not that spaced apart. So 4 races over the 2 afternoons or the 2 mornings, quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's also particularly big for those juniors. Their sessions are around 4 hours long, so all of their races are condensed into this 4-hour block. So you've got to not only get your warm-up done, but then you've got to go and marshal and race. After that race, you'll speak to your coach, you'll go for your swim down. Then you're going to be trying to fit in, making sure you stay hydrated, having something to eat, but you also have to go back and race again. You don't have a lot of time in between to really recover. It's go, go, go.
There's a lot to it. There is a lot to it, and to be out there and be racing your best all the time, those 1%ers. So it's the fueling, it's the cool down, it's all of it, and that alone takes energy to do. And the parents sitting up in the stands or sitting at home are such an important part of the swimmers being able to swim here. You know, packing lunch boxes, taking them to the early morning trainings, sitting at MSAC for 2 days, just like you and I are. But they're not sitting down here on pool deck, they're sitting up in the stands.
Absolutely, and really knowing what your role is super important. You know, we come here, our coaches, they have their role, our team managers, they have their role, and parents, you guys have your role too. And that is to be that support system for your swimmers, for your kids, okay? We aren't just athletes, as you were saying earlier, we're people that swim. I mean, I'm a person who doesn't swim anymore, but these kids in the water, they are people first, so that support is really, really what's important. At the end of these long days, they don't need to be sitting in a car discussing their races, you know. They want to feel that support, they want to be able to go home, switch off, recover, and come back tomorrow feeling fresh and rejuvenated and motivated and ready to go again.
Speaking of swimming, the Olympics, day 1, not that far away. Only about an hour till our Australian Dolphins step up on that Paris stage. It's so exciting. Our own Sam Williamson is competing in his 100-metre breaststroke. Obviously had a blistering swim at Olympic trials up in Brisbane. I remember I was there, I was watching it. I watched his heats where he went a 58, and I thought, whoa, we're on here. And look, he's on the big stage this afternoon.
Yeah, now those guys on the big stage, you can almost feel it in the air around here too. At MSAC, we do have the big screen showing that lead up to the Olympics. So not only are these guys getting their chance to race, but we're not missing out on any of the action while we're here.
No, we're not. And there's something special about swimming, knowing that the swimmers at the best of the best are about to head on the big stage.
As the girls come down to this final 10 metres to go in heat 12. Maisie Graves in lane 1. She's going to get her hand on the wall just ahead of lane 9 here, Lucinda Hughes. So Maisie 112.38, Lucinda 113.29. These last few heats have all sat around that 112 mark. So now we start to see a little bit of drops in these entry times, and we're going to watch as these final 5 heats, we see what they can do. So we move along to heat 13. And that was a textbook underwater there by Melissa Sharp in lane 7, all the way through to that 15-metre rope, timed it to perfection. And it's absolutely paid off on lap 1. She led us around. Eloise Pride here powering down this backstroke leg. Now, this is what we talked about. That lead can change at any moment depending on your strengths. A couple of the girls in that race opting for a bucket turn rather than the crossover, so interesting there. But you've got to choose what suits you, what you're most confident at, and especially in 100 IM, you can't afford to be stuffing around trying out something new. It has to be tried and tested. You have to be super confident, and you've got to hit it with such extreme speed that you know you're not going to make any mistakes.
Yeah, the 100 IM, it's over like that. I remember swimming them. You really don't have a lot of time to think. So the coaches are most likely giving these athletes 1 or 2 things to work on, not overthinking it, a couple of really key things, and then telling them to go out there and have a good time.
It's exactly what we are doing all afternoon. We are here having a good time as Eloise Pride takes out heat 13 in a 111.10. We're getting awfully close to seeing a 110, I reckon. A few girls in this next heat, we've seen them put on some good swims. Their entry times all sitting around that 111 mark. So I think this is the one. We might even see a 109 here. I mean, I don't want to jinx it.
I think you just did, but I think I'm still going to see it.
It's a really good start from lane 9 here, India Palek, utilising that underwater. She's gone out into 13.5, so pretty swift for that butterfly leg. Bit of action from the other side of the pool there, Jamie Di Bazzati. We saw Jamie put on a stellar performance earlier this year at the Australian National Age Championships. Great little sprinter, good 50 freestyler. As our breaststroke girls start to make their move here. But it is India Palek. She has still held on to that lead. Salia White coming for her now. Not a lot in it, 0.3.
Yeah, this is a strong swim from lane 9 there. As we said before, it doesn't matter where you are in the pool, you've got a lane, you've got an opportunity. And India has shown us that coming into the wall, winning that heat with a 108.64. We were wrong. We've seen a 108, not a 109.
Oh, so we jinxed them in a good way.
We did, yes.
It was all us, Sean. Well, she was in lane 9, so I just assume it was our support. She must have heard it at the start. What do you think?
I think so, definitely. Either that or maybe the coach is sitting next to us. So would be
well,
vocal.
She is a swimmer from MLC, and I happened to notice earlier some signage at Camp MLC. There's some few interesting emoji signs. Have you seen these yet?
I have seen them, and I want to know why.
Well, I do have a bit of the inside scoop.
I thought you would,
to Coach Mel earlier. If you are down on deck, you might notice a giant peach. Now, peach is a bit of a symbol on emoji for bottom, and it means move your bottom. Get a wiggle on, okay? So that one is go faster.
Oh, well, that's a very creative way of encouraging the swimmers. I personally wouldn't have thought of that, but I think, you know, that's the best part about this sport. We're supportive in creative ways, and we're also here having a good time. So you wouldn't want to do this sport if it was boring.
You cannot take it too seriously, and I think that's what a lot of our Olympians have really shown us. Not only when they get in their races, it's goggles on, it's game on. But outside of the pool, you're a person, you've got to have a good time. If you're spending longer than 38 hours a week in the pool, it's a full-time job. And if you don't love it, you're not going to stick around very long. So we've got to make sure that it's always going to be a good time as the girls come into touch here. It will be Tani Cronin in first there from lane 5, 108.36, just ahead of Alyssa Lever in a time of 108.98.
Talking about that relaxed energy, I'm just noticing behind lane 8, the Nunawading swimmer having a little bit of a boogie to her music. Great to see. I love when I see an athlete out there having a good time, dancing to whatever tunes she's got on.
I always love watching what the athletes do behind the blocks because everyone is so unique and individual, and we've all have this process that we go through, and you know, I think if you don't do it, you're probably not going to have a good swim. Like you have to, there's a little bit of that kind of that process. I mean, I loved a good dance behind the block and a good chat, which I still love.
I'd like to know what song she's listening to because it seems like a good one.
I would so laugh if it was like Enya.
Or a really slow Celine Dion song.
Yes, well, I mean, maybe she's listening to Celine Dion's cover in the Olympics from the opening ceremony.
All right, we've got our 16th out of 17 heat in the water now. Now, I don't know about you, Kalia, but I am constantly seeing Kiara Jeff's name. She's only 13, but she's in these final heats, which just shows the talent that's coming through.
Yeah, Kira swam incredibly well at the Australian Age National Championships. She came home with a bucket load of medals. I'm actually not sure how she fitted them in her luggage. She might have had to buy an extra suitcase because the weight of them must have definitely added on quite a substantial amount. She is so young, and what I love about Kira is the way she approaches her swims is actually very mature. Okay, so she is younger, but she goes into these races. It doesn't matter who she's up against, whether they're 25 or 12, she goes in with the same approach, and it's that level of responsibility and race plan, and she follows things to a T, and that's a really good sign for an athlete coming up in the future.
Yeah, well, we talk about those high performance behaviours that we see in our elite swimmers and learning them at such a young age at 13, because that is what she's doing. She's got those high performance behaviours, and it means that when she comes in at 16, 17, potentially on those junior Australian teams, she doesn't need to learn them. They're naturally already there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to play a massive advantage for her in the long run. Having those feelings of, there's not the nerves, she just sets everything up nicely. And when she gets older and starts to make those teams and be a part of it, they're not going to affect her. So we now move into our final heat. Now, speaking of people on teams and performing who've come through from a young age, our leader at halfway here, Isabella Boyd. She had a bit of a clean sweep at our Victorian Swimming Awards night. She's had a fantastic season. She's just constantly on. I don't think I really see this girl do a bad swim, and this is not any exception.
No, we talk about those high performance behaviours. Isabella Boyd has been through the ranks from a very young age and very similar, had those behaviours very early on, and we see that she can come in and do a time like 1:00.92 and 100 metre IM, so she constantly improves, has those behaviours, and we see that often.
Yeah, it's all about coming in, you have your race plan, you do the job, and she's got the job done here this afternoon. So 1:00.92 for Izza there. Well done. Now, speaking of having fun and enjoying the sport, imagine having a birthday here at MSAC, because that is exactly what Ivan Lever in lane 2 is doing. So he is now racing this 100 IM representing Ringwood Swimming Club. Happy birthday to you. And good on you for coming here today and spending your birthday at the pool.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking here. 14. Does that mean he's turned 14 today or 15?
It would mean he's turned 14 today, because in your entries, it's your day as of your age, I should say, as of day 1 of the competition. Now, interestingly enough, anyone whose birthday is tomorrow, they will be racing as the age they are today.
Yeah, it's
so
very
a bit
confusing.
of an advantage
there.
Yeah,
well, I don't know. Spending your 14th birthday, swimming a bit of 100 IM.
What do you reckon you were doing on your 14th birthday?
Oh.
Swimming 100 IM?
No, I think I was having a big party at my house, shared party with my stepsister. So that's what I was doing. I wasn't swimming.
I was really lucky. My birthday always fell just after Nationals, so we'd be on break, which was really good timing for me. But I know with athletes like Coach, we actually do birthday sets, which sound fun, but they are not.
We did the same thing, and I actually last year got to write my own birthday set for the morning, and I tell you what, writing sets are hard.
Now my question is, did you write an easy session or a difficult session for your birthday session, or was it just a backstroke session?
Definitely wasn't just a backstroke session. I wouldn't say it was hard physically, but mentally it was, because I wrote the most abstract session and I don't think anyone really knew what they were doing. So I kind of made it difficult for myself because people were confused as to what I'd written on the board.
As we move on now, we are seeing our men's 13 and over 100 IMs. Heat 2 is in the water. We just had a little bit of a delay on the start there, but we are back underway with Sebastian Flowers, our swimmer from Northwest Aquatic, leading us around in the butterfly leg. He was out in 14.11, so almost in that 13-second realm. Coming through quickly on this second lap, though, is William Morrison in lane 6. He's just overtaken Sebastian to touch the wall first, regain the lead, but here we're seeing it already. Jaden Thack in 5, now our leader, so there's 3 lead changes within 2 laps.
That's what we love about the medley swims. There's always lead changes, strengths and weaknesses are shown, but I'm loving the little battle that's going on in 0 and 1 over there between those 2 boys. Really just battling it out, but I actually think lane 0 is the one that's leading this race.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a slow leg in the middle, but those bookends, the freestyle and the butterfly leg, have really helped him out. He's just got the win there, so it was a great little rivalry throughout that whole race. Sebastian Flowers, 113.38. Titus Zia Wu in second, 113.47. Some nice underwater there from Oscar Tan, swimming out of lane 5 for the DVE Swimming Club. Making a little bit of a move are the boys in the centre here in this breaststroke. 0.1 separating lanes 4 and 5. Who's going to have the legs to finish off this 100 IM?
A great little battle we have here, but it is going to be lane 5 Oscar Tan who takes it out, and Sebastian Liu second.
Absolutely nothing between 4, 5 and 6 in this fourth heat. As they come into the freestyle leg. Peter Dimitriadis there in 5, just trying to pull away. Harvey Lee sticking with him, breathing towards him. Hand on the wall, and it will be Peter. 108.12, Harvey in second, 108.34, and Gordon Chen third, 108.74. Great little battle there.
All right, heat 5 of 15 in the water. We're a third of the way through these 100 IMs. And it's pretty even across the field so far, although over this side, 1, 2, and 3 touching the wall there.
Yeah, we saw this in the last race, those 3 boys bunched together side by side, just pushing each other through, and it's sort of repeating itself here, but on this side of the pool, which is nice and close for us to see all the action. This breaststroke leg, we thought maybe someone might have pulled away, but there's still not a lot of gap between them.
Although on the other side in lane 0, Xavier Eagle did pull away big time in that breaststroke. Coming down to the wall, I think it might be him.
He is going to hang on. That breaststroke leg, the decider there, 107.43.
Casually 4 seconds under his entry time.
Casually 4 seconds under his entry time. Benjamin Van Dyke in second and Campbell Mills in third from heat 5.
great 100 IM here from Xavier Walker. Must be something about the name Xavier, because
2 in a row.
2 in a row in lane 0 and 1. So great swim from him, 106.48. Great swim from the swimmers here, touching the wall there. First lane for Senna Kaneko in a 106.87.
As we come into the turn here, halfway mark, leading us around was Riley Hodgins in lane 3. Jonathan Andres in 5. Good breaststroke leg from him here in moving from that second place spot into the lead as we come down with 25 meters left to swim. Will be a race to the wall. Who can get off this turn quickly? Up and racing fast was Riley. He has reclaimed that lead, so it's a bit of cat and mouse here. As he pulls away under the flags, I reckon Riley will take the win from heat 8, 104.16. Bit of a spread out field here. Lane 3 led us through. Lane 9 in second and lane 6 in third. So, and lane 0 just with a great underwater on that breaststroke has started to join the party. It's anyone's game here. The outside lanes look like they are going to be the ones to beat as we come down to our final turn. Anjay Lamb followed around by William Lewis. Middle lane's trying to chase them down.
Again, it's that side of the pool. It's lane 0 that's headed out. Lane 9 over here. It's really these outside swimmers. But in the middle there, Daniel has got the finish. beautifully in time of 1:05.57.
Daniel Nguyen just timed that last stroke onto the wall to sneak in front of those outside lanes.
Great first 50 metres of this heat 10 100 medley from Hunter. Makes there, but it looks like coming through here in lane 3, Hugh 50.
Yeah, Hugh, really nice breaststroke leg there. Terrence Tang doing everything he can to try and catch up, but Hunter Mace has stormed back to reclaim that lead in the freestyle. He gets on the wall first, 103.25. Terrence in second, 103.93, and Hugh in third, 104.18. Heat 11, some great racing from lane 7 and 8. It looks to be Kynan Power who's going to get his hand on the wall first there. Those times haven't quite come up. We do have the backup timing system in play here. So that is our Hawkeye system. One of the most incredible things, we don't have to redo any swims because we always have that backup timing. So those officials, they'll send it through, they'll all be sorted. And we are the only place in the world that has this at our event. So very, very exciting for Victorian swimming. All right, we are starting to get to the nitty-gritty of these 100 IM heats, up to heat 12 of our 15 in this boys event. These guys all sitting around that 102, 103 mark. So we'll start seeing them try to break that minute soon, that eluded minute time, 60 seconds. Always nice to look up and see 59 instead of 100 or 101. Now, they're setting themselves up pretty well early on here. 28.35 for Joshua Spiteri over in 2. Shenghao Jin in lane 7. He's had a nice breaststroke here, moving up from second. Hand on the wall first, though, was that lane 0. Alfie Graves, one to look out for as they come down. It's an all-out sprint to the wall here. Looks like Alfie might just hang on over in that far lane. 101.94. Will Luo in second there, 102.63. And some really good underwaters there from Eli Billman in lane 8, utilising that whole 15 metres in the backstroke leg here. He's gone out in a 26.34. Oscar Campbell, really nice underwater into the breaststroke there in lane 5 for Cheltenham Swimming Club. Sporting those beautiful cupping marks on his back, that recovery process in the lead up to big meets. Great sprinter. Look at that freestyle leg, absolutely storming home. I don't think the boys are going to keep up with him as he comes onto that touch. 59.20. Xavier Aguirre in second, 100.96, and Eli in third, 102.13.
All right, so we are down to our final 2 heats of this 100 IM. Heat 14, and it is a great start from lane 3 there. Daniel with the underwaters, great to see. But coming up beside him is Anthony Lin from Surrey Park.
Couple of breaststrokers hiding in the outside lanes in this heat. Jacob Nimmo, one of them.
Look to see him come through here. You were right there, come through. He's touched second, but I think Daniel is just a little bit too far out for Jacob Nimmo to catch, but it's been a good swim from Daniel, Anthony Lin, and Jacob Nimmo there.
Yeah, Daniel having a fantastic day today. He's won a lot of heats. Some great times put together. We are now into our 15th and final heat of the men's 13 and over 100 metre individual medley. There's my favourite little clap at the start of the race, Callum Haller and Laval. Already had a crack at the 200 IM during the 200 freestyle before. Now we move into more of that sprint style. He does love a speedy little sprint race, and he's up and swimming fast already in lap 1, almost going out in 10 points.
Yeah, that's an impressive first 25 from Callan. I also love his underwaters. They are great. As you can see, it's made him dominate this first 50. Heading into the breaststroke leg now. Again, underwaters, that split stroke. He's a whole body length ahead of everyone else and a great breaststroker as well.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Callum, being a country boy initially, moving down to the city. That was also my experience, so it's really nice to see him still performing and improving all the time. This is going to be a great swim from him. He's about a body length ahead of the rest of the field. 55.04 for 100 IM. Second place will go to Brian Zheng in a 57.23. And then third place there was DC, Daniel K, 57.92. So another one of those breaststrokers in a sneaky little outside lane, having a good little sprint 100 IM. So all of the athletes in this particular heat and race are from different classifications. They'll be marked as SM, so that is the classification for medley. That's what the M is. And coming into the wall now is Phoebe Edwards. She will touch first in this 100 IM. We will have to wait for the results to come up based on those FINA points that will compare the world records for each classification with the time swam by the individuals in this race. Highest point score is our winner. All right, we now move along to our final individual event on tonight's program. This is event 46, the men's 100-metre individual medley for multi-class. Something a bit exciting in this race, Ahmed Kelly swimming out of lane 6 unofficially broke the world record for his classification in this event on his training camp for the Paralympics. So that official world record is 2:12. His entry time of 2:11 is the time he swam on training camp. For these Paralympians to get a record officially, it has to be done at a world level event. It doesn't really get an opportunity to race this very often, as our other athletes, the 100 IM, only available during short course season. It's not really one he's renowned for. He's one of our Paralympians for his main event, the 150 metre IM. Also exciting to see some of our youngsters competing in this event. So Henry O'Brien, just 12 years old. Bit of age difference there between him and Ahmed. As the boys come down to touch, Kelvin Tran gets his hands on the wall first, 1:14.12, followed in by Hamish Keenan, 1:14.95. Just remember, those placings are not official. We do wait for those scores at the conclusion of all athletes finishing onto the wall. But great to know for Kelvin, that is a 3-second personal best time. So that's really, really exciting. Henry there, he's just done a 6-second personal best. Some massive improvements from these boys here in our men's 100 IM for multi-class. Now, it is about to get pretty loud in this Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre indoor pool as we move away from our individual events into our relays. We're beginning with our women's 13 and over 200 metre medley relay. So that is one 50 metre leg swum by each swimmer. Backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle. These team events, super fun and exciting. Just as exciting as some of our awesome new sponsors and partnerships that Swimming Victoria has for this season, including partnering with Pace Travel Group. Now, Pace Travel Group offers our clubs a total travel solution with a travel agency specialising in sports travel. So if you do have a group or a team of 10 athletes or more, we're highly recommending you use these guys. So use Pace to organise all your travel needs, including sending your kids to nationals or club camps. Domestic or international travel, Pace Travel Group is an independent specialist agency. In the sports and education travel sector, they've had over 3 decades of experience providing logistical travel support in professional sports travel management. And I was really fortunate to chat to Stephen earlier from Pace Travel Group. He has so much experience with really high-level sporting clubs, as well as clubs like these incredible metropolitan swimming clubs. So really knowledgeable, a really great guy. Get around Pace Travel Group to plan and organise your next travel away to camp, away to nationals with your sporting team. We come down to our final leg in this 4x50 metre medley relay. The freestylers in the water now for heat 1. We just have 3 heats in this event, with our seeding times, our slower heats to begin with, and our fastest 10 teams will be in that 3rd and final heat. Off to a ripper start there from lane 2 is the Essendon swim team. They've gone out in a 30.95 to set themselves up in this 200 metre medley relay.
I don't know about you, Kalia, but I personally used to love relays. It's the time where you get to come together as a team. Instead of just swimming by yourself, you're swimming for the team, no matter whether you're representing your club, your state, or your country. It's just the best.
Yeah, there's that feeling about representation, and you don't want to let anyone else down. In an individual race, it's just kind of you that you could let down if you don't swim well. So that little bit of added pressure, plus the support that you get from your team. They're all there behind the blocks, they're cheering for you, they're supporting you. I think most of my fastest times actually come from relay events.
They do, and the most important part of any relay, as we know, is our relay changeovers. They are won and they are lost through the changeovers. So when a swimmer leaves the blocks, their toes, just their toes, have to be touching when the swimmer hits the wall. So there does have to be that connection from the wall to the blocks, and we see it. You can start moving when the swimmer's coming in. It's all about that timing.
Yeah, and Australia's really renowned for our relay changeovers. Our elite Australian teams have full-on staging camps and days and days and days where they just practice nailing those relay changeovers. So it really is a skill that it doesn't just come naturally. You have to practice it and work on it. And there's a few different ways of doing it too. So finding the way that best suits you and the athletes in your team is going to be really important as well.
All right, so we are coming down to our 3rd and final heat of this 4x50 medley. These are our top 10 seeded teams here. Obviously, we have a couple of B teams also in this race. We've got our Caulfield Aquatic B team, Surrey Park B team, and Nunawading B team. So have a look to see these swimmers absolutely blister this race. Great start there from lane 4, Surrey Park Sasha. She was the H.A. Bennett winner at our... She's got beautiful underwaters, but right there next to her, Sienna Shepherd from Caulfield Aquatics, not far away. Surrey Park really taking out this first 100 metres of the 4x50 medley. They're looking really strong right now, but not far behind them is Nunawading and Caulfield.
Now, with only 50 metres left to swim, it's going to take, 100 metres left to swim. There's not a lot of time to make up over a body length. So that Surrey Park team has set themselves up really, really well here. But it is a relay. Different teams have different strengths. All it takes is one team with a super strong leg to make the difference. And when the sort of prestige is on the line of being that winning team, you see kids pull out incredible performances.
We do, and as we see, Nunawading is starting to reel in Surrey Park. Caulfield again not too far behind, so I'm really excited to see this last 50 metres.
So here we go. There is not much between these two teams. It is Surrey, Nunawading, Surrey, Nunawading. Nunawading looks like they're coming home stronger. Surrey's done it the whole way from start to finish. And they hold on just onto that wall. Sneaky long nails on the finish there, I reckon, because it looked like Nunawading nearly had it. But Surrey Park takes out the win here for the women's 13 and over 4x50 metre medley relay.
All right, so we are on to event 48. It's our last event of this evening, our men's 13 and over 200 metre medley relay.
And would you believe we're running ahead of time?
I can't believe it, and I don't know whether to be happy or sad.
Well, it's sort of come around really quickly, the end. I mean, we've just felt like we got into the thick of it, and now we're up to our relays. It's a great way to finish the evening. We'll be all done, ready to head straight home and watch the Olympics on telly.
Yeah, super excited to watch Sam Williamson tonight. Obviously, we've got our two Victorians over there, William Petrick and Sam Williamson. But he is tonight coached by Craig Jackson out of Melbourne Vic Centre. Trains out of this facility here at MSAC, so everyone's super excited to watch him tonight.
So we're swimming in blessed water, basically. It is the speedy home of Sam Williamson.
Maybe that's why we've seen so many PBs today.
Maybe. That explains it. As we come down now into our final leg of Heat 1. Just 50 metres of freestyle left to go, and PLC are absolutely dominating this field. Ivanhoe Swim sitting in second. Trying to chase them down is the team in lane 5 from Cardinia. But with just 15 metres left to swim, it is going to be the team in lane 6, PLC Aquatic, taking out heat 1 in a time of 2:04.33. Heat 2 of 3, our second last race of the night. Now, I'll be sad to see this wrap up, but I think my voice might be happy for a little bit of a rest.
I think both our voices might be happy for a little bit of a rest. We are back tomorrow though, so we are going to go home, watch some Olympics, and then come back for another fun-filled, packed racing.
Yeah, another jam-packed day full of action here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre for day 2 of our UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Championships. We'll be kicking off bright and early tomorrow on your Sunday, so make sure you tune into our live stream on the Swimming Victoria YouTube page. And don't miss a moment of these swims as our team out in lane 1 from Caulfield lead us through into the butterfly leg. Not far behind is Furbank in 7. So a little bit of action from the outside lanes here.
Yeah, Caulfield Aquatic out a fair few body lengths in front. They're about 15 metres ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I reckon they're going to do a nice drop on their time too here.
And this is only their B team, so I'm pretty excited to see what their A team's going to do.
Yeah, Coach Kenny giving absolutely nothing away on the other side of the pool.
No, he's standing there.
I don't think he's actually watching.
He's not even watching.
That's some trust in your athletes, I think. You just go out and expect them to do their best, and
well, they
there
have
they
done
go.
That.
It's a 1:44.95.
I'll actually watch that time because it may be quite quick for those in the next race.
Yeah, so I can see a couple of 1:41s, but it is the end of the day. You never know what can happen, so keep your eye on the times. 1:44.95 is the pace to beat as we come into our third and final heat of this event and of our evening. Let's see these boys shine. I've noticed we've got Nithik back here doing the backstroke. away they go. 50 backstroke to start off with. Cheltenham out quickly. Good underwater from them. They look like they'll get feet on the wall first. 12.28. Not far behind was that team in lane 4 from Caulfield Aquatic. We did say to keep an eye on them. They are your two leading teams as we come down to the end of the first leg here.
Great changeover from Daniel Cave there from Caulfield Aquatics. You can see that the swimmers were coming into the wall together, but DC was able to have that fast changeover and get out in front.
Now, as we did talk about with DC, a little bit more experience than some of these youngsters really shows on those skills like relay changeovers. So Caulfield now in the lead. Not far behind them is Surrey Park in lane 5. And the other team from Surrey next to them in 6, doing a little bit of work here to make up some ground. Third place is currently Nunawading. Those bragging rights always on the line in these relay events.
Yeah, we've got James Ward diving in the pool here. Been over to college for swimming, so look to see his underwaters, as you saw there, great underwaters, and I don't think anyone's going to be catching Caulfield Aquatic tonight.
Yeah, look, he really used the entirety of that 15-metre underwater. I mean, he only had about 10 metres left to swim. Not even, because for our tumble turn, you actually don't need to touch the wall. So they are going to finish first. And that Caulfield team from the heat before, they'll be 5th overall. So not bad from heat 2, but Caulfield A, first place, 139.44. Surrey Park, 142.42. And Nunawading in third, 143.74.
I would like to note 11.5 on his second 25 there from James Ward. That's flying.
Yeah, that is moving pretty quickly. A lot of people can't even go out in that speed in their first lap. But that does conclude this afternoon's session here at the UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Championships for 2024. It is only day 1. We have a whole day stacked full of action tomorrow. So make sure you jump on and get the opportunity to watch these guys absolutely smash out some more personal bests and some super speedy swims.
When nicotine addiction gets its claws into you, they get in pretty deep.
Vaping literally only takes 1 or 2 hits and you're in it.
Addiction makes money, and it'll be too late by the time people are warned about it. Something needs to happen now, and I think it just needs to be us doing it ourselves. I'm 20 and I started vaping when I was 17.
I started vaping when I was 20.
14.
17.
My brother started vaping at 12.
I'm trying to quit and I know it's not like a linear thing.
I started vaping when I was 17.
And I would probably hit it like 100 times a day at least.
It was like an instant hit for me. The cartoons, the imagery.
Bright colours.
Flashing lights.
Enticing pictures and packaging.
Everyone's comparing flavours.
Blackberry, cherry.
You know, strawberry, mango,
Chocolate, fried chicken.
Yeah, I went back to Fiji for 2 months to stop vaping. When I came back, being around it, seeing it, I couldn't hold it and broke, yeah. When I don't have my vape, I just go crazy. I don't know, I flip my whole house looking for it. Yeah, just panicking, I guess.
So I played soccer all my life. Right before I get out of the car for training, I'd have a puff. I feel like you're letting down your team because you're not looking after your health.
it just gets more and more appealing to kids.
After school, a lot of kids would go to like convenience stores to buy lollies or snacks, and then there's vapes right there as well. So it's kind of a segue to it.
The younger people are vulnerable.
It's quite taboo, honestly, to talk about it.
And I feel like this is a good way to start that conversation, which is what we want.
I'm a nurse, so it's really hypocritical of me. I'm telling people to look after themselves, but I can't look after myself. Vaping has had a really negative influence on me. I've just seen it affect my family, my sister vapes as well. I see a lot of people struggling. Nicotine is so much more addictive than I thought.
I'm not a vapor. And saying no for me, it was definitely a challenge at first, but I have those boundaries. We don't know how it's going to impact us in the long term. Seeing my girlfriend struggle with her vaping addiction has been really, really difficult. She's had a lot of symptoms. Her mood is changing all the time. She's been coughing, but it's really been a journey that I've been trying to support her on.
I wanted to be part of this film just to, be a step in the right direction, I guess. Try, warn people.
We're starting to see more young people who are stepping forward and sharing their stories, but we need to take some more serious action.
Nicotine addiction will die when you stop using it and you tell it to die. If you're ready to do that, then you'll succeed, you know?
Nobody warned us about vaping, so it's our responsibility to warn others.
If you haven't already started, just don't, like it's not worth it.
The best time to stop vaping is your first time.
I just hope there's more awareness and facts that are getting promoted to everyone because there's just no talk about it.
You save money when you don't vape, but your health matters more.
It's definitely important that young people have a platform.
It's up to our generation to sort of tackle this problem because we're the most affected by it.